Hello, in this video we are going to cover setting up Python on a Windows machine. So it's really simple. Go to your web browser, go to the website python.org and then go to download. You can specifically go to Windows, but you'll usually detect what platform you're on, so just select the latest version. But if you go to view the full list of downloads, you can download older versions as well if you specifically need an older one. And chances are, if you need an older one, it'll be Python 2, because there's certain frameworks, for example, that require Python and they're tested fully on the old version of Python, aka Python 2. So that's just something to bear in mind if you need an older one. But we just want the latest one. And so download an executable, just under 30 megabytes in size. And we'll click on this so it opens up once it has downloaded. And now that it is launching up, we just need to install it. So we want to install the launcher for all users, add the Python to the path as well. So what this allows us to do is, if we are using other frameworks or the libraries or the applications that require Python, it can access it. Basically adds it to the Windows path so other external applications can use it. And we are all good to go. So I'll just do the normal installation. And it doesn't take long at all. It just takes a few seconds. And once that's done, we'll just quickly cover how to actually run a piece of code in Python. So almost there, almost there. It's teasing us. It's almost at the end. Installation's almost complete. Okay, so setup was successful. So disable path length limit. So change your machine configuration to allow programs including Python to bypass the limit. So yeah, why not? We probably won't need that, but yeah, why not? Okay, so it's installed a bunch of different pieces. So we want the IDLE. So this is just the ID that will allow us to run Python code. So we're just going to create a new file. You can open up a file if you already have one. I don't have one, so I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to write in here print. Again, this isn't a programming tutorial on how to code in Python. We'll have separate videos after this one covering all the different facets of programming in Python. This is just to show you how to run Python code. I'm going to save on the desktop. I'm going to call it hello, and it's automatically detected the type, and the extension, if you are curious, is py for Python. So now if we go to run module, as you can see, it's printed out hello world, and that's it for setting up Python on a Windows machine. And thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video tutorial I'm going to show you how to set up Python for Python programming on a Mac. So first of all, you want to open up a web browser. Just literally Google Python or directly go to python.org and then go to downloads and just go to Mac OS X. And from here, the latest release for version 3 and version 2 will be displayed. The ones below are just the other releases that have occurred, which include these releases, but there are release candidate and beta releases as well. I just recommend just using the latest release. And if you don't specifically need Python 2, some other applications that require Python for installing, for example, require Python 2, then install Python 2. If you don't, just go to Python 3. So go to latest release, scroll down to files. We're on Mac OS X, go to one of these two files. If you specifically need a 32-bit version, select this one. Otherwise, just stick with the 64-bit installer. So click that. It will download a PKG file. It's not very big at all. It's just 25.7 megabytes. And when we open it, I'll take you through the installation process. So it is extremely simple to install it. and it doesn't take very long at all to actually install it. Once we've installed this, we'll have Python installed, and we'll be able to use the IDE to be able to program in Python. Mac has some Python drivers built in, so you can actually run Python files from the terminal, but this just provides a IDE as well, and it's a slightly more elegant way of running it, and it just means you're a bit more consistent if you do it on something like Windows. So once it's installed, or once it's nearing the end of installation, this window will pop up. Once it's done, click close, and we'll move the installer to the trash. We don't need it anymore. Open up the IDLE. So this is within Applications in Python, and then IDLE. And from here, you can run your Python file. So I could just do open, for example. But I'm going to do new file because I don't have one. And in here, I'm just going to do a simple print line. This isn't a Python programming tutorial by any means. This is just a setup video, and I'll have other videos covering the programming side of it. So I'm going to save it to the desktop. I'm going to call it hello. Now that that is saved, so go to run module. As you can see, it has run it, and it says hello world. So it's that simple to install Python on a Mac OS X. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at setting up Python so you can program in the programming language Python on a Linux machine. These steps are the same whether you're on Ubuntu or whether you are on Kali or some other Linux distro. So what you want to do is open up terminal, and Python is usually already bundled with Linux distros, and the way you can find out is by putting Python free, assuming it's version 3, and then put dash version at the end. You could also do Python 2, for example. So the latest version I have is 3.5.2. So you can also update Python using this command. You can do sudo apt-get update, and then put in the password for your username. Okay, so now you just do sudo apt-get install Python, and then the version number, like 3.5, for example. I've already got a new version installed, so I won't be doing that. And if I need to download extra files, I can deal with that later. Okay, and that's it. So to actually run the application, all you have to do, so first of all, let me actually create a simple Python file. So I'm going to put in print, and I'm going to say hello world, save it. I'm going to save it on the desktop. I'm going to save it as hello.py. py is the Python extension for files. As you can see, it's appeared right there. So to run it, there's a couple of different ways. Yeah, you need to use the Python command, and then you could drag it like so. That works. Or you could change directory to wherever your file is located, and then just do Python in the file name, like so. So both methods are valid. This has just been a quick video on how to set up, use, and run Python files on a Linux distribution. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in my next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover how to run Python code online. So I might be thinking, why would you want to if you've already set it up on Windows, Mac, or Linux? Also, another thing, ignore the fact that I'm on Mac because we're going to be running it online. Hence, one of the advantages. is that you can just run it anywhere. There's no installation required. Use any browser. You could be on your laptop, in a hotel, if you're visiting family, you could be at home on your computer. You can just run the Python code literally wherever you are. And most of the tutorials in this series will actually be using the online Python IDE. And anything that can't be done in there, I will use a local IDE. It'll just be the IDLE, which is just the official Python one, and it doesn't matter if I'm on Mac or any other platform, the code itself will be exactly the same. So the actual website is codechef.com, and you want to go to /IDE, and this IDE actually allows you to run other code as well. So there's like a whole heap of different type of code. So you can run some C, you can run some Ruby. We're just interested in Python, so let's type in Python. So you got the old version 2 or version 3. We're going to stick with version 3 because unless you specifically need version 2, just stick with the latest one. And now we can put in a simple print line here, and we are going to put hello everyone. And we'll go down, click run. Just take a few seconds because it's going to run it on their end, and then it'll give us the result if it's successful. As you can see, it's successful. It says, hello everyone. And it also tells you how much memory it took, the time it took as well, and the status. It was successfully executed. So honestly, that's code online for Python and testing it. Again, this is not actually a Python programming tutorial. This is just showing you how you can test Python, but we do have other videos for coding in Python, so feel free to check them out on all of the different features that Python provides. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next Python programming tutorial. Hello, in this video we are going to cover variables and variable types in Python. So variable. So what is a variable? And it's essentially a way of storing values in memory, and that's all it is. And you have different types of variables, and that's what we're going to be covering after how we cover the use of one, how we would actually create one. So to create one, you simply specify a variable name. So I'm going to say variable. I'm going to call it var1, and I'm going to assign it a value of 500. So by assigning it a value of 500, what it does, it makes var1 an integer. An integer is a whole number. So based on what you assign it, that determines the variable type. And this equal is the assignment operator, which says assign whatever's on the right to the left side. So we have a variable called var1, and we can use it anywhere we want in our code. So let's just do a simple print, and it's equal var1. Scroll down, click run. And just wait for that to run, execute, and there we go. It says 500. So let's cover some of the other different variable types. So we have, let's say, var2, and this could be something like 45.68. So this is a floating point number because it has a decimal, and we can print it off as we did var1. I'll leave that as an extra task for you. Create one called var3, and we could assign a string value to this. So I could assign hello world, and we could print this off as well. So that's some of the data types. There are other data types as well, like lists, tuples, and dictionaries. We'll cover them in more depth very soon. So another thing that you can do is something called multiple assignment. So if I have, let's say, A equals B equals C, and say if I make that equal to 7, we've created 3 variables here, but we've all set them to the value 7. So if you have a bunch of variables that you're creating, you're setting them all to the same value, this is very useful. So if I were to put in like B, let's say if I copy and paste this, so it prints out A, B, and C, and now if I click run, And as you can see, it's printed out 7 because they were all 7. And that's a really cool function of the multiple assignment. So as we've covered, there are different data types. You have stuff like numbers. Within numbers, you got integers, you got floating points as well. So, and there's also Python strings. So let's just go a bit more into Python strings. So if I get rid, actually I'll leave these lines. If I put print, and if I do var3, and if I do var3 again, but if I want to print just the first character, we can just put 0 like that. Everything starts at 0, as do most of the things in computing. So that would print the first character. As you can see, it's printed hello. We can also print, let's say if we want to print multiple characters, so we could do 0 to 4. So that prints the characters from the first to the 5th place. So if I run this, and it's waiting for it to run, as you can see, it's printed off the first 4 characters. So the other thing that we can really do, which is pretty cool, is just print all the characters starting from a specific character. So you can just do it like so. So if we want to print all of them except for the first one, we just do that. So it starts at the second one. And if we run this, as you can see, it's printed out all the characters except for the first one, because we started at index 1, which is equivalent to the second character. So that's it for variables and variable types. We'll be covering more Python code and features in other videos. Feel free to check them out. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the other demos. Hello, in this video we are going to cover comments. And well, you've already seen a comment. It's been literally in all of the programming Python videos that I've done so far. And it's this little thing. Yeah, this was just there by default in this online IDE. But yeah, what is a comment? So comment is something that isn't compiled and run by the compiler or the interpreter for that matter. So it's not run. And like, why would you want to use it? So it's great for providing some information about the code that's written there, because one, you might come back, a year later, 7 months later, and not quite know what it does, especially when it's a complex algorithm. Or two, you might be on a team of developers, and if they're looking at your code, you don't really want them to have to dry run, 100 lines of code in their head or on paper to figure out, sort of what it does. You just have 1 or 2 lines of comments that say, this does this, this does this. It'll help a lot. And the other, great benefit is if you've got code and you're trying to test it, what it's like without it, with it, instead of deleting it, because, you don't want to actually delete it yet, just comment it out. So if I put a line like print 5, for example, this obviously prints 5, and if I put hash here, I say this line prints 5. So these 2 lines aren't going to get run. The other cool thing is if I put a hash at the start of here, this won't get run now. So we basically, it's called commenting out a line of code, and that just won't get run. So if we just wait for this to run and see what we get, or we get nothing. Successfully executed, but we literally got no result because this line was commented out. If I put it back in, and I'll be using comments throughout the videos for little nuggets to help you, especially with some of the more complex stuff. And there you go, it's working now. So yeah, that's the wonderful world of comments. Pretty much every language has some form of comments. They won't always have the same syntax, but the format in terms of the usage will be very similar. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at lists in Python. Lists are just like really amazing, compound data types, and a list will just contain several items, and they're essentially separated by commas, and they're usually contained within square brackets. And the values in the list can easily be accessed using something called a slice operator and based on indexes as well. We're going to cover all of that. So first of all, let's actually create a list. So I'm going to call it awesome list. And again, just equals assignment operator plus square brackets. I would like to close it, open it and end it first and then put it inside. Now put quotation marks, and we could put a string in here. So let's say hello. We could put a number in here. So I don't know, 45. Let's put another string. I'll put hello world for this one, or just world. And let's put a decimal, 4.5. And I think that's enough. You get the picture of how to add them. And now, if we want to access it, so let's print off awesome list. So let's just print it off as it is. So not accessing any particular elements. Click run. So submission is queued. This shouldn't take very long, just a few seconds. And so it says missing parentheses in call to print. So missing parentheses. Got look at that. So running again. Okay, so it's printed off all of our list. And how would we print off a single element? As I mentioned before, pretty much everything in computer science, including programming, started at 0. So the first element will be 0. So if I put in 0, and I'll do another print, I'll put in, let's say 3. So that will be the fourth element because it starts at 0. So it's just n, which is the number we provide, plus 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to print off this right here. And we can also print elements, all at once as well. So if I were to do print, 0:2. So this basically prints the elements starting at, the first one till the third one. And as you saw in the previous video with the variable types with the string, you can also print off the rest of the data as well. So you can start at an index, just put colon, and you'll print it off till the end. So I want you to do that as an extra task. I forgot one thing. You actually meant to specify the list itself, then square brackets, and this is the slice operator. So that would have given us errors. Luckily I saw that. So again, awesome list, plus square brackets. And now what you can also do is, let's say if I were to multiply this by 8, it would print out the list 8 times. So that's really cool as well. And what you can also do is concatenate lists. So if you have 2 lists, just add them together. You can concatenate them. So I could do awesome list, concatenating, putting them together all at once. So again, do that as an extra task. We're just going to use these 4 lines and run it and see what we get. And there we go. We got hello 4.5, and it printed off the elements as well. So it's not including the final one, so that's the end point, but it doesn't include that one. So there's something to bear in mind. That's it for lists. Thanks for watching this Python video, and I'll see you in the next awesome programming tutorial. Hello, in this lesson we are going to look at tuples. So it's essentially a data type that's very similar to a list, and there's 2 main sort of differences. One, you create it with a bracket, just say parenthesis, not a square bracket. And the other difference is you can't actually update data of the tuple. It's essentially read only. So this line here would be valid. So if I were to do, in the case of a list, awesome list, and I did 3. So I'm selecting the fourth one, because remember it's n plus 1, so this one. And if I were to make it equal to 6, for example, and if I were to just copy this line and run it, and get rid of the old result. What we'll get is these four printed out, and then it updated, and then it printed out again with the new updated value. So it gets printed out 4.5, but then it gets printed out as 6 with the updated value. So let me show you a tuple. So a tuple, so I'm going to put awesome tuple, is very similar. So it is, you know what, I'll just copy the contents out because it is separated by commas as well. So if I copy that, put it inside here, and now to access it, it's very similar. So we just get hold of this, put it here, and instead we're going to add tuple. And if I run that, I haven't actually tried to assign the value to it yet, but we'll get around to that in a moment. So as you can see, the result is the entire list. The first element, so the last element, just a couple of the elements, and then the updated element. Now the tuple, the first element, the last element, and just a couple of the elements. As you can see, it's square brackets here, closed brackets, rounded parentheses here. But now if I were to try and do this, so instead I'm going to do awesome tuple, click run, and we get a runtime error. So we're getting an error because we can't see tuple object does not support item assignment. So this is invalid. So that's it for tuples. Very similar to lists. So if you want list-like functionality, but you don't want, let's say, another developer to be able to edit the contents, update the contents, then it's a great alternative as essentially a read-only list. Thanks for watching this tutorial, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Hello, in this video we are going to look at dictionaries within Python. So they're sort of like a hash table type, and they have key value pairs. You can think of them in a very similar fashion to arrays as well. So to create a dictionary, we're just going to call it dictionary, and just put the curly braces. Now just put the name of the dictionary. To assign a value, we first put a key, so this has to be unique. So if I put 1, for example, that's a key. It can be a number, it can be a string, doesn't matter. Let's say if we assign this the value of item 1, and let's create another one, dictionary, and we're going to do 2 equals item 2. And let's do another one, dictionary 3 equals item 3. But for this one, we're going to set it actually to a string. So I'm just going to say hello. So this is the key for this particular item. So we can print it off by using print dictionary. And what we can do, we need to access it. So we can access it via 1, for example. We can print off another one. We'll print them all out, so 2. And for the final one, we need to use the key, because at the end of the day, we have a string as the key. So if I run this, and let's see what we get. And we're getting some error. So missing parentheses in call to print. Keep doing this. So if I run it again, and there we go. So we can also just print off the entire dictionary, like so. We can print off just the values of the dictionary, so dot values, and this is a method that returns all the values. And we can also print off a all of the keys as well. So let's see what we get. So run it. There we go. So the entire dictionary, just the values of the dictionary, and then the keys. So with the values, obviously item 1, item 2, item 3, and so happen to be all strings. You could, explicitly put numbers there, floating point numbers, that's fine. And for the keys, 1, 2, and hello. So this corresponds with this one, this with this one, and this with this one. So that's one last thing I want to show you. And what I'm going to do is create a new dictionary. So I'm going to call this new dictionary, like so. And if we assign it some curly braces, but this time what we're going to do is do it all in line. So we're essentially going to create this dictionary we got here, but just if we know all the, let's say, some of the initial values, we can just do this. We can put, let's say you can put 1, and then we can put a colon, like so. And now we specify the value. So item 1. Now put a comma, we can put 2. And now we can specify value, item 2. And now put hello, because again, we're just trying to simulate the first dictionary, and we can put item 3. So the format is the key, colon, which separates the key and the value, then the value. Again, this could be a number, comma, to separate each key value pair. And now what we'll do is just do print new dictionary, and we'll just print up the new dictionary. Obviously, you can see how to access the values, you can see the different methods, and they're all applicable as well. So I just want to make sure it works. So as you can see, this has printed off, and it's the exact same format, even though we did it all in one line. And you can obviously update values by just reusing that particular key, because you'll just overwrite that particular value. You can add more values, whether it's to this one or to this dictionary, by just specifying a whole new key. So this is really great for grouping common data. And another thing, dictionaries, aren't ordered in any sense. So they're not out of order, they're just, unordered. So that's it for this demo. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, in this tutorial we are going to look at converting between different data types. So there may be certain scenarios where you have like a floating point number, for example, and you need to convert it to an integer. And luckily Python, alongside many other languages, provide built-in data conversion. So first of all, let's create a variable, call it var1, assign it a value of 6.7. So we are going to print off var1, and to actually convert it, all we do is we're going to print it off again, just do the data type that we want to convert it to. So we're going to convert it from a float to an integer. So we are going to put int, and we're going to do var1, save that, run it, not save it, we just run it in here. And there we go, 6.7, and now it's rounded it to 6. So it's not technically rounding, it's truncating it, so it gets rid of the rest of the values. So you can convert, from integers to floating point numbers. We have long data conversion, string conversion, list tuple, character conversion, a whole heap of different type of conversions. So what I'm going to do is put a link with this video, and you'll have all the different types of data conversion you can do. And as an extra task, I want you to go through all the different ones and just experiment with it. So that's it for this demo. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next tutorial. Hello, in this video we are going to cover operators, and more specifically the arithmetic operators. So the arithmetic operators are stuff like addition, subtraction, division, that sort of stuff. And there's a couple of other ones that you may or may not have heard of, depending on how much maths you know and how much you've been doing coding for. Okay, so first of all, we're going to be just doing everything within print. It's going to be putting it essentially in line and put it here. You can obviously assign it to a variable and use it later on as we show you how to actually manipulate data and use it within functions and do that sort of stuff. But for now, just for the sake of this tutorial, we'll do it in here. So for example, we could do, let's say, 5 plus 6, and also obviously these numbers can be replaced with variables that contain numbers as well. Okay, so I'm going to do another print one. I'm going to do 5 minus 6. And I think you can see where I'm going with this. So let's copy and paste this. And I'm going to change this to a multiply, to a divide. And now let's run this and see what we get. I think you can guess what we're going to get. We're going to get 11 minus 1, 30. And that'll be an interesting one. And we get 0.833, well, recurring. And yeah, so that's it for like really basic operators. Let's cover the modulus operator. So this just basically returns the remainder. So if I do print, let's do 5 remainder 6. And I'll do another one as well. The modulus operator is the percent, not divide. And I'll also have 9 divided by 4. So if I run this, only interested in the last 2 output lines. That's all we've added. Okay, so we have 5 and 1. So what the remainder does is it sees how many times the number on the right can go into the number on the left, and whatever's left over, that's what it pumps out. 6 can't go into 5 at all, so it just returns 5 because the whole number is remaining. Whereas 9 divided by 4, 4 goes into 9 2 times, which results in 8. And 9 minus 8 is 1, and that is the remainder. So there's also the exponent operator. So I will separate this out a bit. So print, and what we're going to do is exponent operator. So let's say if we do 5 squared, that will result in 25, and you just put in 5 asterisk asterisk 2. So 5, this is the equivalent of doing 5 squared. So if we run this again, and there you go, 25. So there's one final operator I'm going to show you, and this is called floor division. This is pretty interesting. So you do 2 forward slashes instead of 1. So if I do 17 divided over like floor division 3. Let's see what result we'll get. This will be pretty interesting. So we get a result of 5. Let's have a look. So if we do 5 times by 3, we get 15. So the actual result is 15 point something. Let's have a look. It'll be 15.6 recurring. So it essentially gets rid of data, and depending whether it's a positive or negative value, it will either go towards one way, like negative infinity, or the other. So like experiment with it, check it out, try different ones, try minus numbers, and obviously we can change these to minus numbers as well. That could be a -5. That is perfectly fine. That's still fine within the realm of mathematics. So that's it for arithmetic operators. I'm going to have more videos covering the various other operators in Python and how to use them. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the future videos. Hello, in this video we are going to look at comparison operators. So as the name suggests, it allows us to compare 2 values and see if the sort of condition is met. So for example, you can check if 2 values are equal to each other. If they are, then it'll return true. If they're not, they'll return false. So again, we're going to use the wonderful world of print, and inside of here, what we are going to do is put couple of numbers. So does 5 equal 5? So that's just the simple comparison operator of checking something is equal to each other. There's another one which checks if it's not equal to each other. So is 5 not equal to 5? And there's actually another similar operator, the comparison operator that's very similar to this, which is like so. But I prefer this one because, you know, the exclamation mark usually implies not in computing. So print. Now in here we can check if the condition, the value on the left is bigger than the value on the right by doing is 5, let's say greater than 6, and then we can do the same but on the other side. And there is another one. This is a pretty cool one. So if we put equal at the end, what this does, it says, is the left value greater than or equal to the right value? So if I change this to like a 5, for example, you'll see the result. And that is it for the comparison operators. Let's give it a run and see what we get. So just a few more seconds, this will pump out the output, assuming nothing's gone wrong. So it says true, triple false, true, true. So let's have a look. Does 5 equal 5? Yes, so it's true. That is triple false. Does 5 not equal to 5? It does, so that's false. Is 5 greater than 5? No, it isn't. It's equal to it. And then is 5 less than 5? No, it isn't. It's equal to it. Is 5 greater than or equal to 5? It's not greater than, but it is equal to it. So it's met the condition. And same with that one as well. So that's it for comparison operators. This is one of the key features, not just of Python programming, but coding in general. And you'll be using these operators in some capacity immensely. Trust me, you will be using comparison operators all of the time in stuff like conditional statements and loops, which we'll be covering later on. So that's it for comparison operators. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover assignment operators. So what I'm going to do is create a variable. I'm going to call it var1, and I'm going to do, let's say var1 equals to 6. It could equal to some mathematical operation like 6 plus 7. Yeah, why not? We'll do this. 6 plus 7 equals 13. Okay, so that's one form of assignment operator, which we've already done when we looked at variables. We didn't quite cover it there explicitly, but we have used it. Another assignment operator is one where you basically compound an arithmetic operator along with the assignment. So let me show you something. So if we have var1, so it's 13 at the moment. So if I do var2, then var1, what we can do, we can, let's say, if I want to add 5 to var1, you could do var1 plus 5. So we get var1 as 13, then var1 equals itself plus 5, which is 18. So if we print it out, I'll print it out at two different locations. So print var1, print var1. And if we run this, let's see what we get. Okay, so it's 13 and 18 as we predicted. There's actually a shorthand way of doing this. So you can do var1 and you can put plus equals 5. So what this is saying is var1 equals itself plus 5. That's that is this right here is the equivalent of what we just wrote here. And it's a lot simpler. And if we do print var1, just run it just to make sure. So we should get 23 in this particular line now. Yeah, so it's 13, we add 5, then we use the assignment operator which helps compound it, and that now equals 23. I know what's going through your head. You might be thinking, if we've added a plus here, could we do the same with minus, with times? And yeah, you can do that the same with literally all of the arithmetic operators, down to the modulus, the exponent operator, and even the floor division operator. So as an extra task, I want you to go through all the arithmetic video again if you haven't already done so. have a look at all the operators and change it into this sort of format. So you're modifying the variable, but without having to do this longhand way. So that's it for assignment operators. Thank you for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover bitwise operators. So bitwise operators essentially just perform a operation on the individual binary bits of the information that we have. And so imagine if we have a couple of variables. So I do var1 and I'll assign it the value of 8, and let's say that var2 and I'll assign it the value of, let's say, 4. And now I'll assign this one the value of 5 and this one, let's say, 13. So in binary, for a comment here, in binary this would be 0 0. So this thing 1 2 yeah, 0 0 0 0. Actually, we can just do it within 4 bits. So it'd just be 0. Let me think. Yeah, 0 1 1 1. So it'd be 1 plus the 2 plus the 4 plus the 1. That's okay. We need the 8. We need we don't need that. We need 0 there. So it's 1 plus 1 plus 1 in binary form. So it is 8 plus 4, which is 12, plus the 1, which is 13. And now we're going to put another comment, and for this it's 0 1 0 1. So 1 plus the 4, which is 5. So that's both of these numbers in binary. So if I do print, and let me just put out the different binary operators. If I do print and I put var1, you can obviously just put an explicit number in, and it can be any information really, because they all have some sort of binary value, but usually done on numbers. And var1, I'm going to put the operator and, single and, because double and is something different. We'll be covering that in a separate video. So this is the binary and I'll put var2. So what this checks is if, in the column, so if I were to just sort of put this on the same row, what it does is, let me put another comment here just to make it easier. So this is the and. Let's make this a little nicer. Yeah. And now, so this is the and one. So and will produce. Actually, you know what? I'm going to write in a slightly different format. I am going to put hash 1101. So this is 13, and hash 5, and this is 0 1. Now hash and now this is what is produced via the AND operator. Okay. So the AND operator, it goes through all of the columns, it checks if both of the bits are on. So if it's on, we'll do this one, be easier for me to type. So is 1 and 0 on? Only one of them's on, so that produces 0. Is 1 and 1 on? Yes. Is 0 0? They're both off, so that's 0. Is 1 1? So it's 1 1. So it literally produces this result. So it should just print out 5. So if we run it and see what we get. If we wait a few more seconds, 5. Okay, so that's what the AND operator does. So there is another operator. So I'm actually going to group this up. And the other operator is called the OR operator, and you use the underscore for this. Not the underscore, the vertical line, the pipe. And what this does, it checks if just one of the bits is on in the column. So this will be true. This will be true. This wouldn't be true because none of them are on. But this will also be true. So now, it'll be 13. You won't always, result in the other number depending on what sort of numbers you got. And before I print it out, I'll show you the other operators. So there's something called an XOR operator. So this is called, XOR. This is an exclusive OR operator. So this would result in 0 here, because what it does, it says it goes through the, result in 1 there, 0 there, and 0 here. So what it does, it goes through every column and says, is one of them on? Only one. If they're both on, then you'll return false. So 1 and 0, 1's on, so it's 1. 1 and 1, they're both on, so that's 0. 0 and 0, they're both off, so that's 0. 1 and 1, they're both on, so that's 0. And the operator for this is the little caret, the arrow pointing up. And now what we're going to do is we're going to look at the ones complement operator, which is, just effectively flipping the bits. So if and for this, you only need one variable. So if I do the little squiggly line, I believe it's called the tilde. The tilde. Yeah, I believe it's called the tilde. I actually really want to know now. Tilde. Yeah, tilde with a E at the end. Okay, so what this does, if I get rid of this, this is the ones complement. Let's get this all formatted nicely, and it just flips the bits. So this will turn to 0, this will turn to 1, this will turn to a 0, this will turn to a 0. So this will just produce the value of 2. So we'll have a look at that very soon. And there's a couple more, and these are binary shifts. So if I just get a printout, so if I do binary shift left, it's sort of hard to see where these operators will come in handy. You might think in the arithmetic operators, yeah, I'll be using them all the time. Comparison operators as well, an assignment, but where will I use Bitwise? And honestly, you won't use it in all stuff, but when you start getting into some hardcore coding, especially with games and sort of 3D rendering, you will start using Bitwise operators, or on really low level stuff. Trust me, it's immensely useful, and knowing how to use them is also useful. So this just essentially shifts. It just moves the number of bits. It's literally that simple. So if I put in bar 1, and I'm going to shift it by 1 place, and then I'm going to do a binary shift right, and to shift it right, I think you guessed it, it's just that. So if we run this, see what we get. So actually next to this, I'm going to write all of the values that it should be getting. So this should just get 5, this should just get 13, this should just get 8, this will just produce 2. Okay, 5, 13, I made a mistake somewhere, 8, negative 14. So the ones complement, is that the one that I made the mistake? So yeah, the ones complement, and where did I make the mistake on the ones complement? Let's just have a look. No, that's I made a mistake in this. Yeah, it does flip it. So ignore what I said. So yeah, 13 would become minus 14. Obviously take a look at the one's complement a bit more, and the binary shift will result in 26. So what is var1 initially? It is 1101. So we just move it one place to the left, and this one becomes more likely to move it one place to the right. So it just has a 4 and a 2 and the zeros here, and that one just gets dropped off. So yeah, that's it for bitwise operators. A lot to take in. I do agree with that. I bet you that's what you're thinking. But just go over the video again, have a look at the source code, and I'm sure you'll be fine. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And as usual, thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at logical operators. So a logical operator just allows you to check for some logic, basically if something is true. And the three logical operators are AND, OR, and the NOT operator. So the first one, AND. So the AND operator works like this. If both of the parameters provided, if they're both true or on or 1, then that will return a true value. If if one of them isn't on, or both of them isn't on, then that will return false. Or, I think you can guess, it only requires one of them to be valid, one of them to be true, that is, and you'll return true. Otherwise, you'll return false if they're both off. And not just basically reverses the state. And you can reverse the state of, doing something else as well. So you could check if, let's say, I don't know, variable 1 is equal to variable 2. If variable 1 and variable 2 are on using the AND operator, and if that puts out true, if you were to do not to that, that would produce false. So I'm just going to deal with the values true and false just to keep it simple. But if you provide a number in there that's not 0, it will be true as well. So we're going to do print, and we are going to do what I'm actually going to do is create another variable. And this one I'm going to set to true, and this one I'll set to false. I'll create one more, so we got 2 of each, so we can show you all of the different permutations. That is fine. Now in here, to do it, you just do, for example, var1 and var2. So this checks if var1 and var2 are on and prints out the result. So we'll do the same for var1 and var3. So 1 true and 1 false, doesn't matter the order. And I will also do the same for having both false ones. So put a comment here saying AND logical operator. Now also I'm going to do a print here just so we can in the actual log see what it is. So I'm just going to literally copy and paste this. Now I'm going to copy this, paste it here. Really should have copied the comment as well. Change this to all, not all, all. And I think you guessed it, the keyword is all. So we're going to have 2 on ors, one where one is off, one is on, and one where they're all off. And now we're going to have the not logical operator. And we don't actually need these sort of vars. So if for this, I'll just put var1. And then I'll put var3, because again, it just flips it. Like I said, you could essentially do this as well. So you could copy that, paste that here. That would do, actually 1 second, I forgot one thing. You should be not, and then you enclose it around brackets. I was thinking something looked short, something looked missing. So yeah, what you could do is just literally put that into here like so. You can get rid of these extra brackets, we don't need them. And this would do var1 or var2. So is var1 or var2 1? Yes, it is. So that will produce true. But not would inverse it, so it would produce false. But let's just go back to our simple example and click run. See what we get. Okay, so we have an error. So let's have a look where this error is occurring. Lines 16. Ouch. Now why did that? It's all lowercase. Some languages it is all uppercase, so something to bear in mind. And okay, here we go. So the analogical operator, we get true, false, false. That makes sense. If they're both on, then it's true. If only one of them is on, it's false. If they're both off, then it's false. The or, we got true, true, false. Again, makes sense. If both of them are on, then it's true. If only one of them is on, which is the first one, second one isn't, then it's true. But if both of them are off, then it's false. So for the final one, the not logical operator, we didn't get anything printed. So let's take a look at this. Okay. If we do var1 and var2, let's run that. Not is not defined. Again, using the wrong one or not an invalid one. Let's run it again and just wait for this to run. So now we get false and true. So yeah, just make sure you don't make the mistake I did. So false and true. So var1 is true, so he flips it because that's all not does. That's just all the not operator, or if you know about gates in computer science, that's all the not gate does. I recommend having a look a bit more into the gate system for logical operators. Really fascinating. And not var3, that just flips that and becomes true. So that's it for logical operators. You'll be using these now and again to determine if let's say two conditions are true, or if at least one of them is true. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at Python's membership operators. So membership operators check if essentially a value is part of a sequence, such as lists, tuples, strings, etc. So there's basically two things that you can check for: if it's in there or if it's not in there. Simple as that. So we'll create a string first. So we'll create a string, call it string1, and we'll assign it the value of hello world. And what we'll do is print off the result of whether it's in it or not, a certain character. And this will just return true or false. This can be used in conjunction with stuff like conditional statements, and we'll be covering that later on as well. And pretty much anything that returns true or false can be used in line with that. Okay, so going back to this, we are going to do, and the format is, first of all, you specify the actual value that you want to check for. So I'm going to put a character. I'm going to say H. So is H in string1? And what I'm going to do is do another one. But this time I'm going to do Z, because I know Z isn't in there. So now I'm going to do the other method. So is H not in string? And is Z not in string? So this should produce true, false, false, true. And let's have a look. Okay, so true, false, false, true. Because is H in string1? Yes, it's the first character. Is Z in string1? No. So that's false. Is H not in string1? Well, it is, so that's false. Is Z not in string1? It isn't in there, so that returns true. So that's it for membership operators. Couldn't be simpler than that. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at identity operators which allow us to essentially have a look if two variables, two values are the same, and there's two operators, there's is and is not. So if we create a var1 equals 10, we have var2 equals 10, we have var3 equals, I don't know, 8. Doesn't really matter. As you can see, the first two are identical. The third one is not. So if we do print var1 is var2, and let me show you the other one. var1 is var3. Again, the order doesn't matter. And this is the is operator. And if I copy this, and now we're going to cover the is not operator. So if it's not this, and if it's not this, so let's run it and walk through the results. Those are the results from before, so you can ignore them. Okay, so we get true, false, false, true. So let's have a look. We get true. We're checking, is 10 equal 10? Yeah, true. It was false, false, true. So is 10 equal 8? No, it isn't. So we get false. Is 10 not equal to 10? Well, it is equal, so we return false because it's checking if it's not. And finally, is 10 not equal to 8? Well, they're different numbers, so the actual question that it's posed is true. Hence the return value of true. So that's it for identity operators. You can use these in decision making and in conditional statements and anywhere that you would essentially, expect and use a true value, like a Boolean value, like true or false. So you can use it anywhere like that. So thank you for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at operator precedence in Python. So operators don't all have the same sort of priority depending on which one comes first, and its precedence, the actual result might actually vary. So let's just deal with essentially numbers for the purpose of this tutorial to keep it simple. But here is a list of all of the operators and their precedence. So first is exponent, then you got the complement, the mathematical operations, and all the way down to the logical operators. They are last. So again, we'll just be dealing with just a few of them and in terms of numbers, and I'll put a link to this in the video, with the video, so you can access that for later reference. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable called var1, and I'm going to set it to, so let's have a look at the. So it says exponents is first, and then after is stuff like, the mathematical operations, the simple ones. So let's do 5 squared plus 7. And now let's do the same, almost, but make it equal to 5 plus 7. 5 plus 7. 2. So I'm just going to show you how this will vary. So print var1 and print var2. So have a look, run it, and see what we get. Let's run it. Okay, you got 32 and 54, two different results. Okay, so with the first one, it goes through this table essentially. Okay, exponent, does that exist? Yes, so it's 5 squared, which is 25. And then the next operator is down here, and there's only one more, so it's plus 7, which gives us 32. Whereas with this one, it first checks, does a exponent operator exist? Yes, it does, it's right here. So 7 squared is 49. Then it goes to the next operator. Even though this is written first, it goes to it afterwards because of the precedence. Plus 5 onto 49, you get 54. And honestly, there's not much more to it than that. Depending on the order, will yield a different result. So just bear that in mind. So that's it for this video on operator precedence. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming tutorial we are going to look at decision making, also known as conditional statements in other languages. So it's if, else, and else statement. So what is an if statement? I think you can sort of guess. It just checks if something equals something else, or more specifically, if the result of something, some condition, some value, results in true. So any of these operators that we used, where we was checking if a number is greater than something, or if a particular character existed in a string, for example, if something equals something, or something, or if something is not something, all of those, whether if it returns true or false, we can actually use them within our decision making. We're just going to keep it simple and just be using the double equal operator, which just checks if the left side and the right side are equal to each other. So the format is for an if, then you put some brackets, and I'm just going to put some actual values here. So I'm going to put 500 double equals 400. So obviously 500 does not equal 400. Then you put colon, and on a new line, make sure it's indented. This particular IDE has automatically indented it. In other languages, you might have some sort of curly brace system where that encloses the code for that particular statement. Python does not, so you need to just make sure you indent it to indicate to the compiler that this code is for the if statement. So in here, I'm just going to do a simple print saying no, like so. And I'm going to do another if statement. If 500 equals 500, so then I'm going to do yes, like so. So there's something to bear in mind. You can actually omit these brackets as well. I'll show you both of them. Both will work. Both are valid. I prefer it with brackets. One, that's a format in many other languages, and I come from programming in other languages first. And also, I just think it's a lot cleaner and a lot easier to see, okay, this is the condition that we're checking. So we get an output of yes, and we didn't get an output. Oh yeah, we don't get an output of no, because 500 doesn't equal 400. So hence why that didn't print. Obviously that was my bad. So the other extension that we can do is something called an else if. And we can have multiple lines of code here to be part of this if statement. That's more than fine. But if we go back to the left side, if you put elif, so this is else if, and we're going to say else if 450 equals, let's say 450. Actually, before that, we'll cover the else statement. So the else statement, so just else, just states if none of the other conditions are true, then do this condition. So this is a good way to have a fallback if you're coding an application and something's gone wrong. And I'm going to say no. And what I'm going to do is duplicate this. These are two separate if statements now. And I'm going to do 400 here. So first should print out yes, second should be no. So yes and no, because 500 is equal to 500, so it prints out yes. Because this equated to true, this will never run. 400 does not equal to 500, this will never print it, so it fell back on the else. But what if we wanted to check if, I don't know, this particular value equaled several different things? And let me create a variable so it's easier to demonstrate. So if I create var1 equals 500, for example. No particular reason why I'm using 500, that's just random number of children. So if I did if var1 double equal 500, and if I do print, then in here, if let's say I put var1 is equal to 500, maybe I want to also check if var1 equals several other values, and I don't want to have to, well, let me fix that. No, it doesn't equal a valid value. I don't want to have to do multiple if statements. One, it's extra code, and two, it's not efficient. And three, exactly another problem. Because if we, let's say did multiple if statements like this. So let's say if the valid ones are either 500 and 400, 300. If I run that, what do you think the result's going to be? Ignoring, what we've just done on the top, so just the bottom part of it. We get it's equal to 500, but no, it doesn't equal a valid value, even though it is a valid value. So it's backing into these. So if you want to combine if statements, so only run one of the essentially, conditions or the else, then you can do it like so. What you can do is put elif, which is short for else if, then the condition, so it can be any condition, doesn't have to be related to the values that we've used in the first condition, not at all. Now we're going to do print, I'll just copy this to save some time, equals 400. And now if we run this, what do you think we'll get as a result? We get var1 is equal to 500, so it goes to here, checks if the first condition is true, yes it is, prints it off, ignores the else if, and ignores the else. If I change this to 400, let's see what we get. Okay, var1 is equal to 400. So what it does is it goes to the first condition. Is it true? No. var1 does not equal 500. aka 400 does not equal 500. Now then checks the second condition. Does 400 equal 400? Yes it does. So it prints this out. And it skips any other else ifs or else. And you can have several else ifs as well. There should be like this. And obviously you could have, let's say, different values. Like, so I'm not going to test all of these. You can, as an extra test, you can, code some more, test these. And if, let's say, it's not a valid value like 100, it will just default to the else. So this is the format: if first, any else ifs next, then an else. So you don't have to have else ifs. You could just simply have an if on its own, like so. Or you could have it with an else. Or you could have it with an else if, or with an if else if else. So those are the valid combinations that you can choose. And there's just one last thing I want to actually cover, and that is you can actually put it essentially all on one single line as well. So just a single sort of simple decision making statement where you can do something like if, let's say, var1, and I was meant to be putting brackets around these, so I literally at the start of the video said prefer it with brackets, and then I forgot to put them. Like I said, it's valid either way. Both routes work. Let me just finish with the brackets. Ooh, that was unintended. Nope, wrong key. So let me just delete this here. Okay, so first of all, put some condition. Let's say var1, does it equal? Well, actually, let me demonstrate. You can use any operator. So var1, is var1 bigger than 50? It is. So let's say if it's just a simple statement, we could just do colon, and then actually put the value here. We could do print and put var1 is greater than 50. Run it and see what we get. Hopefully no errors. It's always the hope in programming. var1 is greater than 50, so you can do it all in one line like so. So that's it for decision making, also known as conditional statements in Python. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at loops. Loops essentially are a method, a piece of functionality within Python and many other programming languages that allow you to essentially iterate over code again and again and again and again. So that's it really. It just allows you to loop over the same code again and again and again. So without having to repeat that code, let's say potentially 100,000 plus times. So what we're going to do is create something very simple. We're going to create a var1 equals, I don't know, hello world, And then the format of a loop, there's actually a couple of different types of loops. The first one is for, so you just do for, and now there's two parts to this. First, if you just write in, I'll explain in a second what the in is. So the left hand side is what you're essentially getting from the right hand side. So the right hand side, you can think of that like the object, like a string or a list or like a dictionary, or something along those lines, some sort of sequence essentially. And now what we're going to do is put the string name, so var1, and so for letter, actually it might be a character potentially. So for character in var1, character is just what a name that we made up. So for every character in var1, that's what this is doing. And just put a colon, and then here, make sure it's indented, very similar to decision making. Just put a print, and we are going to print the letter. So in the character, now click run and see what we get. There we go. We are now done. So it says hello world. So you can also iterate using sequence indexes as well. So you can essentially provide an index for a particular sequence, such as a list, for example, and you can do that as you normally would in many other languages. So the next loop we're going to look at is the while loop. So the while is sort of similar to the for loop, and the while loop is essentially saying while something is true, then do this bit of code. So if we do while, so just, you can enclose this in brackets as well. I don't recommend closing in brackets. So while, let's say for creating a variable var2 equals 100. So while var2 is less than 200, let's do less than 110. Less than 110, do colon, and what we're going to do is print. We're simply going to print out less than 110. But what we're going to do is at the end of each while loop, we are going to do var2 plus plus. So this will actually increment our, now let's do this operator, the one we've already learned about. So we are going to increment it by 1 at the end of each loop. So we'll have a run, see what result we get. Okay, we got a problem, definitely line 6. What have I done? I've made a mistake somewhere. Let me just try and figure this out. Line 6, line 6. I think it's this, you can't actually have brackets. I think that's just my bad. Okay, there we go. Hello world, and then less than 110, 110, and then eventually stops because it gets to above 110. And as the next task here, you can print off the value of var2 at the end, and maybe inside the while as well. So another thing that you can do is attach a else statement. So essentially, when this isn't true, we could print off something else. So we could say print not less than 110. So if we run it, see what we get. So we get not less than 110 at the end. So when this condition is no longer true, so that could actually occur straight away. So if I were to change this value, as an extra task, I'm going to do this. We'll change this value to 120. Then this isn't true, from the start. So the else will get called. So that's it for loops. You'll be using loops all over the place. You'll be using them everywhere. You can also nest loops. So within like a for loop, you could do another for loop, or you could do another while loop. You can nest like quite a lot of things. Like with decision making, you could nest if statements inside if statements, and if inside the else if, etc., etc. As long as they're properly indented, you could nest an if statement within a loop. You could nest a loop inside of an if statement, and so forth and so forth. And this is just the wonderful world of loops. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next loopy video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at loop control statements. So if I just put a simple loop here, let me just need to create a variable first. So var1 equals hello world. So we'll do for character in var1, nothing new here. And then if, for example, I do print, and I'll simply print the character like so, it'll run and each character will be printed individually. Maybe we want to prematurely exit out of the loop if a particular, let's say, character is met, some sort of condition is met. We can do that. So depending on where you want it, you can put it here, you can put it afterwards. That's, honestly totally up to you. We're going to put if character, if that is equal to, let's say, the character of space. So if it's a space character, we want to get rid of it. So we'll do break like so, and that's it. You just put break, and I'm going to put a print here as well, just to tell the user what's happened. There was a space. Oh no. So if I run that, so we get a problem, line 6. Forgot about the colon. And it will run any moment now. So hello, there was a space. Oh no, so it's broken out of the statement. And you can do this in a for loop as well. Same thing, I'm not going to go through that. You can do that as an extra task. What else we can do is, let's say if we did this exact same thing again, but in this case, if it's a space, we just want to skip over it. We just want to not do the rest of the code in the loop for that particular iteration. So every character in this loop is a iteration. So every time it passes, that's called an iteration. So I'm going to say there was a space. Let's skip this iteration, and instead of break, you just put the keyword continue. It's literally that simple. So now if we run it, okay, so there we go. There was a space. Oh no. And for hello, there was a space. Let's skip this iteration. So it's actually just skip the iteration, not printed out the space, but it still has done the rest of the iterations unless there were more spaces. So again, you can do this sort of continue control statement within a while loop as well. So I recommend doing that as an extra task. So the final one I want to cover is a pass statement. It's basically used when a statement is required syntactically, but you do not want any command or code to execute. The pass statement is a no operation. Nothing actually happens when it executes. The pass is also useful in places where your code will eventually go, but has not been written yet. So if I just copy and paste this again, it's always good to just save some time. And in here, if the character, let's say, equals a space, instead we're going to put, let's say, we can just put pass, that's the keyword, and we'll say passing this over. Passing this over. Now if we run it, see what we get. So hello world, and the final one says hello, passing this particular part over. So it still ran the rest of the code. The only difference was it's essentially almost like an indicator to us that we're just passing here, we might need to come back and do something later. So this is a great way of indicating to us that, you know, some sort of note almost. So thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome Python video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at numbers and, you know, what we can actually do with them. So obviously we create a variable that's called var1. Oh, you know what? I'll call it num1. Num1 equals 2, for example. Now let's do 5. It'll serve our purpose a little better. So you can convert them to different data types. We covered that in a separate video previously. And yes, we was looking at other different types of conversion as well, but you can just do the number size. So from like an integer to a long integer, or integer to float, float to integer. You could convert to even complex numbers if you are, you know, a bit more savvy with mathematics. But there's also a bunch of built-in mathematical functions as well, and trigonometric functions. And we're not going to cover everything, just cover, you know, a few of them, and I'll provide the link so you can, you know, check more out at your leisure. So one we're going to cover is called the exponential function. So it essentially is the exponential function. So if we do print, and if we do exp, which is exponential, then we specify the value 5. And let's see what we get. We run this. So NZEC, so not what we wanted at all. So let me have a look at what's wrong with it. NZEC. We need to actually import the module. So in Python, you can import modules. So far we've just been using default functionality. We import math, and now if we run it, and we're still getting it's part of the math module. Made another mistake. But you know, all these mistakes are good, so you can see what not to do. And there we go. So we get 148. So it's got the exponential of 148. So this essentially just returns the exponential of e raised to this power. And now let's cover some more mathematical functions. You can do log, you can do power, which is like, you know, power. You can do square root, which is just square root. So if I do print, then math dot, make sure we don't make the same mistakes again. So for the square root of 5, see what we get. And there we go. We get the square root value of 5, or whatever value we specify. So let's look at some of the trigonometric identities and functions within Python that are available to us. So we can have one called cosine, for example, you know, cosine, atan, you know, sine, all of those regular ones. Again, you can have degrees to decimal, decimal to degrees. Again, I'm going to put a link in the description so you can go over all of them. And I'm just going to put cosine, I'll put sine 90, because I know sine 90 degrees will return a value of 1, but I believe this is in radians. So before we do this, let me just also cover some mathematical constants. There's the e constant that's built in. So if you know more about e, it's right there. Pi is also available. So if I put sine pi divided by 2, so half pi is the equivalent of 90 degrees in radians. Again, this is not a mathematics lesson. This is more just showing you some of the functions available. We get another problem. Apparently sine is not defined. So let's have a look at the format. Make sure everything is correct. Made that problem again. Didn't do dot. Did not do the access set. But now, let's run it. See what we get. And still, this is also part of math. I forgot this as well. So you just got to make sure you put math dot wherever you need this. There we go, 1.0. So sine of 90 degrees, or half of pi, because 2 pi is 360 degrees in mathematics, and sine of that equals 1. So that's it for how you can manipulate numbers. Like I said, there's like a whole heap of functionality just for the trigonometric functions and identity, but there's a lot more for other stuff as well, and there'll be a link in the description showing how you can use them. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next demo. Hello, in this video we are going to look at strings and expand our knowledge more into the methods and some of the extra features that Python provides with strings. So first of all, let's create some strings. So if I call this string 1, and I'm going to set it equal to Python is amazing. So remember, we can obviously just print off a string like so. We can also just print part of a string, so we could just do this is string 1, just access it as we might a variable in other languages. So if I do 1, for example, that'll get the second character. Remember, it starts at 0. So if I do 1:4, we get the 1 to 4th characters. If I run this, and there we go. Python is amazing. YMYTH. Okay, we've already sort of covered this before, not specifically the strings, but just in general. So we can also update strings as well, because obviously you could do string 1 equals something else, but there's another pretty cool way that you can update it, and that's essentially by just updating a particular part of it, or just accessing a particular part of it and then appending it to another string. So you could do, let's say, print, and you could do string 1. So let's say if you do :4, so just the first few characters, and if you were to add, let's say, Bob at the end with a space, and let's see what we get. So there we go. So yes, the first four characters, PYTH, Pyth, and then space that we put in, and then Bob. So that's a pretty cool thing that we can do. Another thing that we can do, so let's just create another string, and we'll put Python is the best, and this time there's something called escape characters. I'm not going to cover all of them. It's going to cover 1 or 2, and I'll provide a link so you can check the rest out as well. So there's escape characters for new line, for space, for tab, and it's like really awesome. So let me show you the new line space character. So if I do string, actually, yeah, so if I do print, if I print, so someone's going to print something in line here. So if I put in hello, then world, if I want this, let's say, on a separate line, what I can do is just do \n, and that's new line. That's very common. As you see, the color has changed in the IDE. It's very common that is a new line character. Like I said, there's several other escape characters, and I will provide a link so you can check the rest there, but they're in some sort of similar format to this. So if I run this now, there we go, hello, and world is on a separate line, even though it's only one print call. Another thing that we can do is called concatenation, or more specifically, special characters for strings. And again, there's a whole heap of them. I'm just going to cover 1 or 2, and I'll provide a link so you can see the rest as well. So one of them is called concatenation. This is something that you'll use a lot when it comes to string manipulation. So what you could do, we have string 1 and string 2. If you wanted to sort of add them together, you could just do string 1. Actually, let me create some new strings. So string 3, I'm going to set it equal to string 1, but I want to join string 1 and 2 together. So I could add string 1 and string 2. And this isn't a mathematical add. When it comes with strings, it actually just concatenates them, which just sticks them together. String 1 is first and string 2 is second. So if I do print string 3, and let's run this. There you go. Python is amazing. Python is the best. As you can see, that there isn't a gap there. So if we want to alleviate that, we could even create a variable that has a space in there. Put a space in one of these, but maybe we can't have a space at the end of this or at the start of this. So what we could do is just do quotation mark, space, another add. And that concatenates 3 strings. So string 1, this string which is just a space, and then this string which is string 2. And you can concatenate as many as you want. And there's a bunch of other special characters. I'll provide a link so you can check them out as well. So let me see what we get. So Python is amazing. Python is the best. So next we're going to be covering the format operator. So at the moment our strings have generally just been simple like this, but you might need to form it based on, let's say, different variables that the user provides you, or different, pieces of information, or, from somewhere else in the application. Yeah, you could, be concatenating them, but that's not the most elegant solution. And, there's a bunch of different format characters. So if, let's say, we want to do print, well, let's create some variables. So if we do var1 equals hello, then var2 equals world. I'll leave it like that, and then let's see if I print, and I'm going to print, yes, this, I'm going to say hello, so that's going to be the greeting, this is the best world, but instead I'm going to use the format operator. So I'm going to put a %s here, so this will essentially say it needs a string, to be placed here. We're going to have a %s here, and you could have it for characters, you could have like %i for some sort of decimal integer, you could have, f for some floating point real number, and like I said, I'll provide a link so you can check all of these different operators out. There's too many to cover, but as long as you know the general usage, you're all good to go. So now, after the quotation mark, but before the bracket, just put %, and now open close bracket, and now you specify the actual pieces of information in this order. So this is the first one, this is the second one, each one separated by a comma, and it can have as many as you want. So var1 and comma var2. So you could obviously put a string here yourself. If it's a number, you just put the number. Oh, we've got variables, so let's run this and see what we get. Scroll down. Hello, this is the best world. It looks like as if it's one string, but it was two different variables using the format operator. So now let's take a look at triple quotes. So if if I Google lorem ipsum, which is very popular text, just dummy text, it just flows very well. And I want the actual lorem ipsum text. Here we go. If we have this, and we put in a variable, if I do, I'll just call it lorem equals, as you can see, that's quite long. I haven't enclosed in quotation marks here, but that's not very elegant. So what we could do is do something called triple quotation marks, starts here, and anything we put after those triple quotation marks essentially is part of this string. So if I were to put enter here, as you can see, even though it's on a new line, it's still got that green color to it. And let me do another one here, separate it again. And let me do one here. Okay, there we go. And to end it, you just put triple quotes. And now if I were to do print lorem, and now if I run it, see what we get. So scroll down. As you can see, we now have our lorem ipsum text. And so if you want it on several lines, this allows you to essentially do that. So the syntax for triple quotes consists of a single or a double set of quotes. So if you want it to span multiple lines, obviously in this case, and this is something that should be on one line, but this was just an example, this will really help. And then finally, I want to cover some built-in string methods. Again, I'm only going to cover one or two. So what I'm going to do is just, I'll forget about that. I'll go down here, and what I'm going to do, let's say if I have var4, I think I've got 3 vars, so definitely I've got var4. Let's say if this equals hello world, and maybe I want it all capitalized. Fortunately, there's a method for that, and it's called capitalize, like so. And if we just specify the method, we put var4, and we specify the piece of data, and if we scroll down, nzec. Okay, so again a problem. Let's take a look at what it is. Forgot capitalize is a method that is part of all string variables, so it's dot capitalize. And let me make sure I've actually spelled capitalize correctly. No, it should be a Z, and it should be a method brackets at the end because it's a method. And let's see what we get. So still capitalize. Spelled it incorrectly. There should be an A there. So again, just my bad. And there we go. So that has not been capitalized. I don't know where my mind is today. It capitalizes the first letter of the string. So if I rerun this, I don't know what the hell I was doing. So if I go back, check, as you can see, the first letter is now capitalized. Sorry about that little confusion. So there's a whole heap of methods and operators. So for some other built-in string methods, there's one for isDigit, where you can check, if the string only contains digits, you can check if it's a numeric value. If it only contains white space, using isSpace, and so forth and so forth. So feel free to check it out. The method I was looking for instead of capitalize was up arrow, just remember. So if I change that to upper, that will convert all lowercase letters in the string to uppercase. So that's it for this demo. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to expand our knowledge on lists. So we covered lists briefly in the different variable types, and let's just simply create a little list here. So we're going to call it list number 1, and let's just form our list like so. So we're going to have, let's say 1, 2, 3. Let's just have some variables, some strings. World 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so we have this right here, and we can print this off, using print list number 1. We could print a specific, value from the list by doing print list number 1. Let's say if we wanted the third value, we would put 2 because everything starts at 0, and you can print off multiple sets as well. Something like this, if you did 0 colon 4, you'll cover print out the 0 to the 4th list of items. And we covered that in the string video previously, so, and in the variable types video, so feel free to go and check that out for more information. If we run this, so far this should all seem familiar. We've done all of this sort of stuff before. We get an error. Let's have a look. Put a full stop there. So if we rerun this, see what we get. So we get the value of 3 when we print out the third value. Okay, so what if we want to update value? So if we want to update the first value, first of all, let's just print out the first value first, and then we will update it and print it out again to show you that it's been updated. To update it, you just do list number 1, and you specify what particular index you want to update the value at, so 0 for me, equals, now I'm going to put Bob, and now if I copy this, And if I run it, see what we get. There we go. And so it's 1 initially, and then it gets changed to Bob. You might be thinking, oh, how do we delete a list item? Very simple as well. So this is update access delete. So to delete one, if we copy that so you can see what it looks like before we've deleted it. Now if I do del, short for delete. Now if I put list number 1, so the name of the list, and now which one we want to delete. So if I want to delete the second one, put 1, print this out again, go back, click run, scroll down. As you can see, it has number 2 is no longer there because it's been deleted. The second value has been deleted from it, and 1 was Bob because we updated it right here, and those changes still persisted. So let's take a look at some list operations. Again, as I've said in other videos, there's so many. I'm only just going to cover with 1 or 2, but you can see all the others in a link that I provide. So basic list operations. So one operation you can do is to check the length of the list. So how many elements there are, how many pieces of information. So you just put print and you put len, and now you specify the list. So list number 1, and you click run. And as you can see, say 7 because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would have been 8 if we had placed it before the delete line. So the len method is a built-in list method that provides the total length, and there's a bunch of other methods like max, which returns from the list the max value. There's obviously a minimum one. You can convert a tuple into a list using the list method as well. There's one for appending objects to the list, for inserting objects. There's a whole heap of stuff. There's also stuff for indexing, slicing, and using matrices for lists. And like I said, I'll provide a link in the description so you can cover all of the extras, but it's essentially just what we've already covered with a few extra nuances. So if you understand what's in this video, you're all good to go with lists in Python. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover tuples. So tuples are a sequence of Python objects, and they're essentially like lists. The difference between tuples and lists are tuples, unlike lists, can't be changed, and they use parentheses, and lists use squares, so square brackets. That's really the main differences. So the syntax is slightly different, and they can't be changed. So let's start. So I'm going to call this tuple 1 and assign it to brackets or parentheses, and let's assign it with some mixed values. 1, 2, 3. Let's do A. Let's do B. Let's do C. Okay, so that's how you create a tuple. So accessing values, we've done this before, but I'll show you again. So if I do print, I could print the the entire tuple if I wanted to. So I could do tuple 1. I could do print tuple 1, and to access it, it's just square bracket 1. That will get the second element, because remember, everything in computer science, well, pretty much everything starts at 0. So the first element will be 0. And I could print multiple set of values. So I could do print tuple 1, and I could put a square bracket. Let's say if I put it 0 to 4, so 0 to the 4 elements. And now let's run it and see what we get. There we go, all of it, and then just the first few, just the first 4. So this is exclusive, so this is technically 0, 1, 2, and 3. Then obviously the second element as well. So updating it, like I was saying, you can't change it. So this is what happens if I try and update it in like a normal way. So if I were to try and do tuple 1, I want to change the first one to the value 5, for example. If I run this, see what we get. As you can see, we are getting an error on line 9 which is this 9, it is saying tuple object does not support item assignment. So it'll give you an error if you try and do that. So you don't want to be doing that. You could obviously create a new tuple and form it with the foundations of a previous tuple or multiple tuples. So you could get one that's do an entire assignment, just get individual values. That's fine, but you can't just update an existing tuple. So removing individual tuple elements is also not possible. So there is, of course, nothing wrong with putting together another tuple with the undesigned elements discarded, so you could do that. But if you try and delete it, if you do del, and let's say if we try and do tuple, for example, so if I delete it, and if I try and run this now, that will work. Oh, it's tuple. Sorry, tuple 1. That will work. So if I try and print tuple 1 afterwards, that will work fine. But if I were to do, let's say, delete tuple 1 and the first one, that this wouldn't be valid. But this is fine. This will delete the entire tuple, and you'll see what we get when we try and access it afterwards. And here we go. So tuple is not defined because we've deleted. So I can delete the entire tuple, just not individual elements. Okay, so there's some really cool basic operations for tuples in Python, and there's quite a few of them. I'm just going to cover one of them. Once you know the format of that, you should be all good to go. I'll provide a link in the description that'll cover all the stuff that is extending on what we've already going to cover in this video. So one of them is len, which just calls the length of the actual tuple, so how many elements there are. So for the print, I'll do before this actually, the print len, and now I'll just specify the tuple 1. So this is accessing tuples, creating tuples, and tuple operations. And deleting tuples. So if I run this, see what we get. And so what was 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, okay, so we got a value of 6 because there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 elements. Like I said, there's a whole heap of other operations, from being able to concatenate them, to repetition, to indexing, slicing, and matrices. All of that, it will be in a link with this video, so feel free to check that out. And there's built-in other tuple methods as well, so you can essentially convert a list into a tuple. You can get a max or min value from a tuple as well. But once you are familiar with what we've done in here, the rest of it will just feel easy. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next Tupelicious video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at dictionaries in more depth. We've already briefly covered them in our variable types section. So dictionary, let's quickly create one. So dictionary, not typing anything, so dictionary 1. So to create it, you just use the curly braces, put the values in here. So if we put first of all, we need to put the key. So if we put a key of 1, then we put a colon, then the value itself, so we'll put A, and I'm just going to copy and paste this to save some time. Again, I will just have simple key value pairs, but you can obviously have them a bit more complex than this if you desire. Okay, so we'll call this 2, B, 3. Not really, it should be the other way around. It should be A, and we have a value of 1, thinking something didn't look right. Obviously, you could have, a value of A, B as well, but they would have to be letter characters surrounded by either single quotation or, double quotation marks. Something to bear in mind. This would be C, this would be 3, D, and finally 4. So that's how you create one. So accessing values is, simple as well. So if we do, let me just comment this. So creating dictionaries, accessing values. So to access a value, pretty simple. You just put something like the actual dictionary name, square bracket, and the actual key. So if I put A, and then if I were to do put, let's say, B here, for example, this will, let's do D, so it's a different one, and you can print off the entire dictionary as well, so dictionary 1. So let's see how this ends up. So if I print this off, run it. So we get the entire dictionary, then we get 1 and 4. So now let's move on and look at updating the dictionary. So if we want to update the dictionary, we could just do this dictionary, the name of the dictionary, then you select the actual key, so that particular one. So if I do A, now if I assign a value of, hello world, and now if I were to just print it, if I do dictionary 1 A, so it's already printed out here as well, so I'll get rid of this for now. So you can see the difference before and after. So this is updating values. And now let's run this and see what we get. So it was 1 initially, and now it is hello world. So there you go. And now let's have a look at deleting dictionary elements. So to delete elements, so delete values, you just use the del command, so del, and you specify the dictionary name, the index that you're trying to delete from, so it's A from A. Then if I were to just print the entire dictionary again, and let's have a look, see what we get. As you can see, A is no longer part of it. So another thing that you can do is delete the entire dictionary. Delete entire dictionary. Did not want that. So the way you can do that is if you put del, then dictionary 1, that will delete all of it, and it will delete the entire dictionary. So it'll be undefined if you're trying to access it. If you just want to remove all the elements, but still, have the dictionary defined, you just do dictionary name dot clear, and this is a method, and this will wipe all of it out like so. So that is it. Obviously, I'm just going to put a comment here, so we don't want to be wiping anything yet for this. We still need it. So we're at properties of dictionary keys. So you have all of these, values. Values have no restrictions. They can be any arbitrary, Python object, standard objects, you define objects, doesn't matter. But keys are slightly different. Keys, they sort of have, two main things you got to remember. More than one entry per key cannot be allowed, which means no duplicate key is allowed. So it's unique, so, for example. And as an extra task, I'm going to have a look at trying to create a dictionary with 2 values that have the same key and see what happens. You'll get there. And keys must be immutable, which means you can use strings, numbers, or tuples as dictionary keys, but something like, square bracket, quotation mark key, square bracket is not allowed so the following, would not be actually as an extra task. I want you to do that as well. I'll provide links in the description to help you out, but I want to experiment yourself, because everything that we've covered so far will provide you with the foundations to go even further and learn a lot more. So there are also built-in dictionary functions and methods. We're not going to cover all of them. We're going to cover one or two, and again, there'll be a link in the description. But if you're familiar with what we do in this video, the rest will just seem very, very simple. So if I do print, one of the methods is len, which is just the length of the dictionary. So I'll do len dictionary name. So if I run this will return how long the actual dictionary is in terms of the number of elements. We get a value of 3 because we had deleted one, so there's one element here, a pair I should say, one key value pair, and another one there, so there's 3 in total. There's a bunch of other ones like return list of dictionary values or just the keys themselves. You can just you can copy it, clear it, which we've covered, and like I said, there'll be a link in the description which will cover all of that, and feel free to check that out. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover date and time, and Python handles date and time in several ways. And yeah, so let's start with this. So first of all, we need to import the time module. So to import the time module, you just do import time like so. And now if we do something like, what is var1, if I do equals to time.time, and now let's print the contents of var1 and let's see what we get. Okay, so we get this value. You might be thinking, okay, what is this value? How does it matter to me? And well, it's essentially referred to as ticks, and it's the number of ticks since epoch time. And epoch time is widely considered as 12 AM, 1st of January 1970. And that's it really. There's not much more to it than that. You might be thinking, why would I ever need to use this? If you're trying to keep track of something, epoch is a great thing to use because you know exactly when it started, the exact time date. So if you're trying to work out how much time has passed, let's say if you click a button and you click the button again, how much time has passed between the two clicks? Well, it'll just be the difference between the first epoch and the second epoch. That'll give you the exact tick amount. And on top of that, you can, convert that to seconds, you can convert it to minutes, hours, days, etc., etc. So what else do we have? What else? So if I put ticks here. So there is also stuff called time tuples. We can get the current time. So let's look at getting the current time. So the current time is pretty easy. Obviously, make sure you have the import time module. And if we have, let's say, local, so this will be the local time, and I'll assign it to time.local time, and we need to specify time.time as the parameter as well. And let's print this out and see what we get. Print local, run it. So we're gonna run has now attribute module time and now attribute local time. Okay. Lowercase t. Programming. So there we go. It says it is 2018, which it is. It says it's the month, 5th month, which is January, February, March, April, May. 5th month, yes, it's the 17th. And now it gives us the time. So 13, 33, 35. I'm thinking why is it a bit off? It's just due to daylight savings. But that gives you the time, and obviously you can manipulate that further and just access individual values. So you can also do stuff like get formatted time. So if we get formatted time, so if we do time local, and if we assign it to the value of time dot asc time dot local time, and we just specify the time method as a parameter. Yeah, we need an extra bracket. Print time local, and let's have a look at what we get. There we go. This is a slightly more formatted version. Obviously, that's a lot more readable than this. So what else can we do? We can, get calendar for a month as well. So for that, we need to do another import. So we will need to do, generally imports are just at the top of the page. It's a different there, right? Import. This would be calendar. Just label all of this. And this is formatted time, and now we are going to do calendar stuff. So first of all, let's create a calendar variable and set it to calendar dot month, and let's see if we did 2008 and we specified 1. So what do you think we're going to get with this? What do you think? Try and pause the video, try and take a guess, and let's have a look. So there we go. We literally get the calendar for the month of January in 2008. And you might be thinking, why do we need to specify the year? Because, well, you get certain months like February, that could change in terms of the amount of days it has, depending on whether it's a leap year or not. So that's the main reason why. And the other reason is the 1st of January was on Tuesday in 2008, but it won't be on Tuesday in 2007 or 2009. So you also, for that main reason as well. So let's have a look at the time module. Has so many functions. It has a clock function, it has local time function, sleep function, time function. It has alternative zone functions. The calendar module has so many functions. It checks if it's a year is a leap year, if it's the first day of the week, a month calendar. It has so many extra modules and functions, and we've covered a few of them. And what we've covered here is enough to get you started. If you understand what we've done in this video, you're all good to go. But I'll provide a link with this video so you can actually enhance your experience and actually check out the other features as well. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover functions, and we've actually been using functions quite a bit. In Python, we've just been using the built-in one, but we can actually create our own. So the benefit of creating functions, it allows us to encapsulate code, and if we need to reuse that code several times in different locations, we just call the function name, also referred to as methods, and it just runs that code. So 1, it reduces the amount of code you need to write. 2, if you need to update the code, the actual functionality, let's say, you don't need to update it in, let's say, 10 different locations where you have used it. It's updated in the original function, and it just propagates throughout your application. So the syntax of a function is like this: def, so just short for define, specify your function name. So the function name, I'm just going to call it awesome function. It is an awesome function. Then you just open close bracket. You can specify parameters as well. We'll cover that very, very soon. And now you just put a colon at the end. Make sure it's indented, because that's how Python knows that all the code belongs to this function. And now you just do what you want to do with the function. So if I were to, let's say, if I just did print. So if I just printed something really, really simple. So if I just printed hello world, and let's see if I printed something else. My name is Bob, and no, I cannot fix it. And then at the end, it just needs to have a return statement. This just returns a value to the point where the method was called. You don't need to have a value always returned, so you can just leave this as, you know, default. But and as you can see, once the Python ID knows that you've got a return, clicking enter will redent it, or I think that's going to sort out the indentation. So if I were to do, say, awesome function, this is how you call it. You do awesome function, open close bracket, specify any parameters. As we don't have any, we're not going to specify any. So if I run it, see what we get. So, hello world, my name is Bob and I cannot fix it. And if I were to duplicate this several times, it will run it several times. We'll show you that in a second. Another thing we can add is like just essentially a function doc string. And this is just like, you can think of it as like some sort of description of the function. So if I would say this function is awesome. And so yeah, I'm just going to no, don't want that. And if we run this, we should get this printed out 3 times. So we have simplified 6 lines of code, because it would be, you know, 3 times this, so it would be 6 in total, to 3 lines. You might be thinking, but you know, there's still technically 5 lines. And then you got, you know, this as well. But obviously, the more complex you get, the more time you use it, the more beneficial it becomes. That's how you call a function. So now let's have a look at passing a value in. So if I create another function, so if I do def awesome function 2, and I want to call this number, you could specify multiple values and just separate it by a comma. So I'll call it number 1, number 2, and in here the doc string, I'll say adds the numbers together. So this will add the number together. Obviously this is a very simple operation, but you get the picture. And let's say you could either store it in a variable and return that, but we can just do return and just do it in line. So we just do number 1 plus number 2. Something. I'm missing something. What am I missing? I feel like why is the indentation not working the way I want it to? So I'm returning a value. Okay, let's take a look at this. The indentation wasn't working, but it might just be this IDE, for example. So if we go back and we just print out, so we're going to print out awesome function 2, specify 2 values, 5 and 6, and see what we get. So we get 11 because it's added to them together and returned it. So it returns it back to the point at which it is called, which is here. So it's the same thing as putting 11 there. That's the best way you can think of it. So there's, you know, a bunch of other things you can do with functions as well. And when passing in values or parameters, you can pass them by reference or by values. All parameter arguments in the Python language are passed by reference. So it just means if you change, you know, what a parameter refers to within a function, the change also reflects back in the calling function. So that's just something to bear in mind. So if I were to do def change function, and I'll just call this number 1. And again, this does not conflict with this because this has local scope. This can only be used within this variable. So if I have a variable here, assigning a value of 5, and if I were to print out var1, now in here, if I did change function, again, this doc string is optional. Now if I did var, not var1, number 1 equals 8, and now if I just did return, so we're not actually returning any value. If I print out var1 again, let's see what we get. So we get 11 and 5 and 5. So what has happened? So let's take a look at this. So we had a value of 5 assigned to it, and then we passed it in. So the argument was passed in like so, and it worked, fine. I think I may have said it passed in by reference, passed in by value. If you pass in something like a dictionary, for example, or some sort of other sequence, that will get passed in by value, and you can modify it. That will, have modifications that affect the previous original variable. So as an extra task, check that out. And I think that, again, that was just a mistake on my part between the reference and the value. So like I said, you can have parameters, also known as arguments, and we have one right here. You can have as many as you want. You just separate it by a comma. It is really that simple. You can also have default arguments. So if, for example, we did def default arg, let's say if I had var1 in here, and if I do equals 8, for example, that means if you do not assign a value, if you do not pass in a value, it will just pass in 8. So what we're going to do is return the value, so var1 times by 2. That's all we're going to do. And now we're going to print off default arg, and we're going to pass in a value of 9. So we're going to do the same, but this time we're not actually going to pass anything in. And let's see what we get. So we get 8 and 16. So why do we get that? So with the first one, we passed in a value of 9. So var1 got overridden with 9. 9 times 2 is 18. But the second one, we didn't actually pass in a parameter. So we had a default parameter of 8. 8 times 2 is 16. Hence why it got printed out like that. As an extra task, I want you to have a look at what happens if you don't have a default argument. So it's just like var1, for example, but you don't pass in a parameter. You will get some sort of error. And the other thing to bear in mind is if you are creating multiple arguments like this, for example, all default arguments must be at the end. That's just something to bear in mind, because otherwise the compiler won't know the first parameter is it for which parameter is it for which argument. So again, that's something to bear in mind. The return statement is really useful as it's return value, but you always need it, but you might not always specifically use it to return some sort of value. Another thing I want to cover is global and local variables. And a global variable such as, let's say, var global equals 1, for example, can be used in all of these methods. That's a global variable, and as the next task, I'm going to try using it. You just do something like var global, and you can use it, and you could assign it something. You could just use it for mathematical operation. But variable that are created inside, like number 1, for example, is only limited to the local scope. That's again something to bear in mind. Whether it's created here, or whether I create number 2 here, assign a value of 9, that has pure local scope. So that means I can't use it outside of the method here, or in another method. So make sure you understand the difference between local and global scope variables. So that's it for this video. There's quite a bit more to it with functions, but again, they're just extra nuances. I'll provide a link with this video so where you can check all of that out. But if you're comfortable with everything we've covered in here, you're all good to go. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome functional video. Hello, in this demo we are going to look at modules within Python. So modules essentially allow you to organize your code, and instead of having all the code that performs, let's say, functionality for different features in the one file, it allows you to import it. So we've already actually used this in a previous video. We sort of glanced over it and we sort of just took it for granted. So one is, the one we used was import math, and math is the module name. Import is just a command saying, we want to import this particular module. And you can import as many as you want. So within math, there's functions, there's constants. So one constant is math.py. So if we print this out, so to access anything from the math module that we've imported, you just do math dot, whether it's a function or a variable of some sort. And I'm just going to say, so accessing, also importing / including, because you can think of this as very similar to what you're doing like a C or C++ language, where you would have an hash include. Very similar to that if you come from that sort of background, or if you're from PHP, something like require once or include once, require include is that sort of equivalent. So importing, including a module, and so that's pretty cool. But this also has can potentially have a lot of overhead, because this has included all of the math module. What you can do is just include a part of it. So if I wanted to just do import, let's say if I just literally wanted the pie part, and just do from the module name, so it would be math, and then I'll just say import, what I actually want to import. So if I just say pie, and then if I run this, now math is not defined. If I just put this like so, there we go, because we haven't imported the math module, we just imported something specifically. But using this line, if we try and access other functions or variables or anything else from the math module, it won't work, because all we've imported is the pi constant. So I'm going to comment this out, but I'm just going to leave it in there so you can check it out in the source code. So this is essentially a specific module function / functionality importer. It's not a specific name, but I prefer that. And we'll go back to the import math, for example. So another thing we can essentially do is sort of see what is part of the math module, so you can see everything that's part of it, or any module for that example. And what we can do is, if we do, let's say, contents equals dir, so the dir just essentially returns all of the strings, the names of a module, and then you specify the module name, so math, and now we just print contents, see what we get. Okay, I changed it back to import math, and I need to change this back as well, so it needs to be math.py. So rerun this, and there we go. So these are all of the methods. So you got the async, you got some cars, so you got the trigonometric identities, the factorial floor, and there'll be pi right here. So these are all the features of the math module. So that's honestly really it for modules in their core essence, and we're going to be going into this sort of abstraction in more depth over the next few tutorials, especially when we start looking at classes. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next demo. Hello, in this video we are going to look at input and output for files, and just input and output in general. So for starters, we've already done output. Print, this is output. We are outputting to the screen. So if I put in hello world, and you might notice that in this video I'm not running it on the online IDE. So that's just simply because when we get to the file input output side, depending on the online ID, you can't really do it. It's good for test in certain piece of code, but for some stuff like file input output, it's not the best. So that's the reason I'm doing this locally. Obviously, I covered how to set up Python locally on different platforms. Feel free to check out those videos in the intro section. Once you're done with that, if you didn't already do it, and come back here and we can continue with file input output. Okay, so print hello world. If we were to run this now, so if I save it, to run module, we get hello world. So simple stuff. We know all about printing now. We are a master at printing. We don't need a refresher course or anything like that. So let's have a look at the input method, which as I think you can guess, allows us to get something from the user, and it's just raw input. So if I do, instead of this, let's say I'm going to create a variable called var1, and inside here I'm going to assign the content of what we get from the user. So I'm going to do input. I'm going to say enter something please, and now we're just going to do print var1, and if I were to run this, so enter something, if I say 78, it prints out 78. We've been able to get user input now, so that's really it for user input. But obviously let's go a little further and have a look at opening files, closing files, that sort of stuff, because at the end of the day, without being able to access external files, we're going to be pretty heavily limited. So I want to show you my project directory. It's just a Python file. So what you can do is initiate a command called open, and the open command will open a file. So if we're going to assign the content of the file to a variable. So I'm going to say var2 equals open is the command. You specify the file you're opening. So I'm going to say file.txt, and then you put a comma, and from here you can specify essentially the mode. So you can have auth, which opens the file for reading only, and you can open it for reading and writing. You can open it for in binary format, for example, and this overwrites the file if it exists. If it does not exist, it creates a new file. So let's just have a look at it for just reading for now. So R, specify it like so, and that is it for opening it. So if we save that, see what we get when we open it. You know what? I'm going to snap this down like so. There we go. So we can see everything. Now if we go back, save, rerun it. This doesn't matter. So we're getting an error. So it says no such file or directory, and it's right. There is no file here with that name. But if we were to open it in another type of way, let's say if we open it in a binary format, which is WB, I'll provide a link. We can find all of the different formats. And now if I were to run it, I think this created the file if it didn't exist. And you know what? I'm actually going to comment this input line out because it's just slowing down things. It'll still be there. So when you have a look at the source code, you can check it out. So this var2 contains all of the content of our file. So if I do print var2, and if I save it and rerun this, and that's what we get. It's opened it into var2, so we can get the name of the file. We can check if it's closed or not. We can check the different mode, for example, and we're gonna have a look at reading and writing as well. So let me just show you how to get the name of it. So like var2.name, and the other methods you can check out as well from the link in the description. And there you go, that's the name of the file. the other thing I want to mention is once you really, done with a file, you should close it. So the close method of like a file, it basically flushes any information that's unwritten and closes the file object, and at which point you can't write any more. So that command would be, I'll put it down here because that should be the last thing, var2, so the name of our object, dot close, and that's it. So it's closed for business. You can't do anything after that. Obviously, there's no point running it because the result will still be the same. So now let's have a look at writing something to the file. So let's write something to the file. Let's say you do var2 dot write, and we can put something in here. It doesn't really matter what it is. Let's just say, hello, my name is Bob. So if I save that, and if I, as you can see, the contents of this is empty. It says 0 bytes. So if I save it, rerun this, oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I'll put WB. What we want to do is put W for it's going to be writable, and the writable, again, if it doesn't exist, it will create it, but it does exist, so we can just save that. So the different mode will depend on what sort of content you can put in, and there you go, it's updated it with hello, my name is Bob. But how do we actually read the contents? So reading it is actually pretty darn simple, and I think you can guess the way you do it. So we're gonna create a variable string1 equals var2 dot read, and what you do is specify a parameter, and this is the number of bytes to be read from the open file, and it just starts reading from the start. So if I put in 2 bytes, and now if I do string, I want to print it out, so print string1, run the module. Okay, see where we are going wrong, what is happening. So something has gone wrong. So dot read into string1, it's not readable. Oh, it's only writable, so we need to change the mode so it is readable as well. So obviously we want to be able to read the contents. So R plus, and we'll comment out this line for now. We already know there's content in there. All of these modes can, start making stuff confusing. And seems like it's overwritten it. That's weird. So let me just put something in here. So if I save that as hello, and if I rerun this, there we go. It's got the first 2 bytes. I don't know why the content got deleted there for some reason. I think it's to do with the mode that messed things up. So if I were to put 10, for example, run this, that gets the first 10 bytes, and all of the content can fit within the first 10 bytes. Just make sure you close it afterwards as well. So you can also check for essentially file positions. You can check like the current position of a file, like based on its path, and that method is called tell, just TELL. I'm going to check that out yourself. There's a method for renaming a file. So if I go here and to rename a file, we want to actually do an import. So import OS, and what we can do, we can rename. It doesn't need to be when we've opened the file, so we don't need the file open for this. So just do os.rename, and we need to specify the name of the file we're renaming. So file.txt, we are renaming it to new name.txt, and as you save that, rerun the module. As you can see, it's renamed it to new name.txt. We can also remove a file as an extra task. I want you to do that yourself, and that's just remove. I'll actually put it here so you can have a go. So it's os.remove, and it's just the file name itself. So file name, or I should say file location, I guess, because it could be within a folder. File location and file name. Obviously, this is not it, so just replace this with what you want, and just be careful that you don't delete some file that's important to you. Obviously, always be careful of that. You can also make a directory, for example. So you can do this. You can do os.mkdir. This will make a directory. So if I'm going to say new folder, save that, run the module. Moaning about this because it does not exist. They renamed it. I am going to actually comment this out because this is going to cause errors, problems, just because, you know, the way I've got the program laid out for educational purposes. And, you know, it's literally just created the folder there. You can also change directories as well. You can remove directories with the rmdir command. And there's like so many methods that you can use. Once you have got to grips with what we've covered in this video, honestly, you're all good to go. Like I said, I'll provide a link in the description so you can see the more advanced functionality as well. Feel free to check that out. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at exception handling, and exception handling is something that I would definitely recommend doing. I know a lot of beginners do sort of, well, they just don't do it. I even know really good developers that, you know, don't do it, and that begs the question, are they good developers or not? So exception handling, well, it allows you to handle any problems that may arise, and, you know, and trust me, problems are going to arise, especially when you've got user interaction. They're definitely going to be problems. That's without that. Okay, next thing, the reason I'm doing it on a local environment and not the regular online environment is because to demonstrate one of the exception handling functionality, I want to actually try and open up a file, and you need to be on some sort of local environment to be able to do that. So otherwise, the code will work online if you are doing exception handling for like file input. It's just, you know, that's one of the easiest ones to do. So the first thing we're going to do is just create a method. So let's just create function. I'm going to call it function1, and I'll pass it in a parameter. I'll call it var1. All simple stuff so far. We'll have a return statement, and this will return the, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return 10 divided by 10 divided by 1. Okay, so that's all good stuff so far. And if I print this out, so if I print out function 1 and I'll just pass in 5, for example, that should yield us a result of 2. So let me save it, run it. Run the module. There we go. You guess those 2. You know, all good stuff. What happens if we put 0 though? I think we know what's going to happen. You know, division by 0. You know, that can't be done in mathematics. So we could do an if statement, or, you know, like an easy way is use an assert statement. So assert, and we're just asserting what is valid and what is not valid. So we want to check if var1 is not equal to 0, then we would continue. So if we save it, we need a second parameter, which is just like a value saying something to the user that something's gone wrong. So 0 is invalid, for example. If I rerun this, division by 0, okay. What's the problem? Sorry. Should be 0. That's what we're checking. I was checking if it wasn't equal to 0. So what is going on here? So something seems to be amiss. It is. You know what I've done? I've messed up the brackets. The bracket. I always do this. The brackets might be there. Now the actual thing that you want to say to the user. 0 is invalid. As you can see, the assert has now been hit. If I put in a value of, I don't know, 4, for example, it should give us a result of 2.5. You know, it works. The assert, the beauty of using something like an assert is you're checking as well. So it's not just an error is being thrown. You're doing a check, so the actual error is a bit more contextual. So when you have a lot of code and a lot of stuff going, you can be like, oh, okay, I understand that a bit more. Why that has happened. So there's something called exceptions. This is like the try-catch block in many other languages. I'm going to demonstrate it by trying to open up a file. So I'll put it afterwards because this is valid so far. So this is the assert statement, like very similar to an if statement. You can think of it like that, pretty similar. And the try block, you do try, and now you put the code that you want to actually try to do. So if I say file equals open, so I want to try and open some file, and I want to open up text.txt. Specify mode, just specify w, and now we just want to do file.write. We want to write something, just hello. Now what we want to do is specify to some sort of input output error. So you can just do accept and do IO error. Make sure you sort out the indentation properly. It's going to print, and we're just going to say file not found. File not found, and there will be an else. The else is just if everything is fine. So you would just do print. You don't have to put a print here. We're just going to do for our purposes okay. And then you obviously want to close the file. So file.close, like so. So if I rerun this now, and we get a-okay because it was successfully able to create the file. But if something went wrong, maybe the OS interrupted it in some capacity and said you can't create a file here, maybe it was read only, for example, that particular directory was, then this would have been triggered and it would have said file not found. And if we had another mode which was for reading, for example, and you wouldn't actually create the file as an extra task going to do that, then it would get into the except as well. So that's the try except block, and it's very similar to the try catch block as well. There's more functionality within exceptions, but if you understand what we've covered in this video, then honestly you're all good to go. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. There'll be a link in the description linking you with more of the functionality around exception handling, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you then. Hello, in this video we are going to look at a simple class example. So what is a class? Classes are amazing. Classes allow you to encapsulate code, and think of it like this. You have vehicles all over the world. Let's say a game, for example. You have vehicles, and you have a car, that's a vehicle. You have a motorbike, that's a vehicle. You have, let's say, a train, that's a vehicle. And a car has a speed, a motorbike would have a speed, a train would have a speed, a car would have a weight, a motorbike would have a weight, a train would have a weight. You see where I'm going here? They have similar properties and they might have similar methods. One method might be accelerate, one method might be decelerate. Very similar sort of methods. And what we can do is create a class called vehicle, for example, and you'll have these properties and we just create instances of these class, and each instance has its own unique set of values, but it shares common functionality. It's quite a lot to take in, and if you don't get it the first time, go over the videos again, because honestly, the actual idea, the philosophy around classes is called OOP, Object-Oriented Programming, and it is one of the, I would say, pitfalls that a lot of new developers fall into. So if you haven't come across object-oriented programming and you get a bit confused, don't worry, that is just natural. So in this video, this is a simple example. In the next video, we're going to actually look at creating instances of our class. So to create a class, pretty simple. You just use the keyword class, and then you specify the class name. So I want to say, I'm going to say vehicle. I'll stick with that vehicle class. This is the example I always use when I'm teaching at university as well. So now you can specify like any variables. So these will be global variables. So for this variable, I'm going to put speed, for example, and I'll set a default value of 0. So by default, it's not going anywhere. Then you can define as many methods as you want. You can put multiple variables as well. I'm just going to put 1. So we've already done methods, but the process is similar. So if I just say display, I'm going to say increase speed, and I'm going to pass in a parameter of increase amount. And something else to note is all methods in Python have to have the self keyword at the start. You won't actually pass anything in for the self keyword. This automatically passes in the instance of the class itself. So you would just pass in increase amount, or if there was 3 variables including self, then you just pass in the 2 variables, not the self. Okay, so put a colon in here. We are just going to say self.speed. So this accesses the speed of this self, and we're going to say plus equals to increase amount. So we just add increase amount to speed. So honestly, this is a very simple example, and that's all there is to it. You can have more functions, you can have more variables, and you can have a few other extra features that we'll cover throughout this series. But this is a very simple example. In the next video, we're going to look at actually creating an instance of our class. And let's just run this just to make sure we're not getting any errors. Obviously, you won't display anything because we haven't done any prints or anything, but that's fine. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next Python class video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at creating instance objects of our classes. So we've got a simple class here. Creating an instance of our class is pretty much the same principle, whether the class is only 5 lines of code or 200 lines of code. So it doesn't matter how complex it is. So you make sure the indentation is correct. To create an instance of the class, you just specify a name for your object, aka your variable. So I'm going to call this car1 and set this equal to, you set it equal to the class name, open close bracket, and that is it. So if I do car2, there we have another one. You might see some examples where they actually pass in parameters into this right here, and we'll be covering all of that as well. So that's the init or the new constructor method, and we'll be covering all of that, but the principles are the same. So if I run it, we won't get any output, just to make sure we don't get any errors. No errors, that's fine. In the next video, we are actually going to cover accessing attributes. So stay tuned, and I'll look forward to seeing you in that video. Hello, in this video, we are going to look at accessing attributes from our instance objects, which are these of our class. If you've been following this series so far, you might be wondering why I'm using a different website to run it. Honestly, the only reason is the other website that I was using were working a little slowly, so I think they're just having a little load on their servers. So apart from that, there's no particular reason. It should be fine with you. Just now when I went to record, it was just really slow, so I thought I'll use a different one. Okay, so again, you can run it locally. So to access, the attribute, this is an attribute, a variable, and this is a method. You use the dot operator, so you use the instance name car1 dot speed, for example, and let's print it so you can actually see it. And I'll set speed is fine at 0, so it prints 0 because it's set to 0 initially. So let's see what happens. So what I'm actually going to do is put some extra code in. I'm going to say speed for car 1. It should be over here, like so. And I'm going to print it out again, but in between printing it out, what I'm going to do is do car1 dot increase speed, and remember we don't need to pass anything for the self, it's only the variables after. So we're going to increase the speed amount by 5. So let's run this. So we get an error on line 12. What is the error? Let's have a look again. Let's go back to it. So it's a speed for car1 cannot concatenate str and int objects. It does not allow us to concatenate them for some reason. That is a string. I need to use this. Sorry, so let's just percent I for all about that. We've actually covered that in a separate video in the strings, to be more precise. So we get 0 and 5. Okay, that's pretty cool. You might be thinking, okay, that's nothing new. And yeah, you're right, that is nothing new. So actually, let me just get rid of that. Okay, so we did not concatenate tip pro. What am I doing? There needs to be a % sign here to separate what you're concatenating and what you're. There we go. A lot better. Okay. So it's always good to see problems as well. What do you think will occur when I do this? car2 speed now. We get 0 for car2. You might be thinking, but we changed the speed. We increased it by 5, but that was for car1. That's the beauty of classes. We can have several objects, and yes, they'll share common functionality in terms of the attributes they have and the way things flow in the class. But at the end of the day, they have their own variables. So if I, change the speed for car1, car2 doesn't change. That makes sense. If, we have 2 cars in real life and car1 accelerates and car2 is still standing still, they're at different positions, they're at different speeds, different acceleration, for example. So it makes sense they'll have their own attributes. Honestly, that's it for accessing attributes. Obviously, it doesn't matter if you have more complex, methods with more parameters. You're just passing more parameters. But really, this is all you need to know is the dot operator. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover constructors and the init method within Python in relation to classes. So first of all, what are constructors in general within classes within the realm of programming? So a constructor is a method that is called when the class is first created. It's a great way of setting up any content like variables, for example, and not any other setup. So that's usually what it's for. And what you'll see a lot of the time on a lot of websites when it comes to do with Python, they'll have something called def. It's usually good to actually have it before, to have the constructor sort of stuff before. So def __ init __. This is just the format for this method. self, so you pass in self, you can pass in extra variables as well, colon, and here we could pass, well, what's this saying? Inconsistent. One second. Let me see if that still means. Yeah. Okay. I think that's just to do my IDE. Okay, that's all right. Okay, that was just more to do with my IDE, so ignoring that. So in here, we could do anything that we wanted to, like set, that's just moaning because I haven't got a body for this init method. So if you don't have a body, then just get rid of it, and the default one will be called. People think that this is the constructor, but it actually isn't, because this is taking the class, the instance itself, it technically already exists. So this is not the constructor. The constructor is this. It is, I should get the indentation right, def underscore underscore new underscore underscore, and you take cls, which is class, as the property, and you do return object, return object dot underscore underscore new underscore underscore cls, and the, let me just, I'm gonna put something like print 6 here, and so we do return object dot new, and we just put an object right here like so, object, and I need to put a close bracket. So this technically is the constructor for Python. You generally won't use this, you'll use this, which is called after the class has been created, but it has access to all of its variables and methods, so it can, you know, use that if it needs to. So I'm going to comment this out, because we won't actually be using this, but that's how you would use the constructor. And what I want to do is just put a comment there so we don't have that. So yeah, like we're saying, the constructor, why would you want to use it? It's called initially, so I've got print 6. So you know, I'm calling it constructor. This technically, let's call it the initialization method. That's what init is. So if I run this now, stop it, run it again. So we get 6 printed out first, because every time we created a class, you'll call the constructor, but then you'll call the initialization method. And in here, let's say if we wanted to pass in a parameter called speed. So this will be the speed, and I'll set it default to 0, so we don't have to pass 1 in. So what we could do is get rid of this. So if I did self.speed, so this self.speed refers to this variable, but when I assign it to speed, this refers to the local variable. So now let's, any errors? No, okay, that's good. So for print out the speed for car 1 and car 2, and for car 2 I'm going to pass in a parameter of 89. So if I run it, see what we get. So we get 0, 89, 5, 89. So 0 because car 1 speed, we use the default variable, and 89 for the car speed of car 2 because we actually passed in a parameter. So that was a great way of initially setting up our variable beyond what the default value was. We allowed the developer, aka us, to provide a value, and this is 5 because we increased the car speed of 1, but we didn't increase the car speed of 2, so it is still 89. So that's it for constructors, and the init method you'll be using mainly this one, but you're definitely, I'm just going to say the word constructor. You'll be using constructors a lot when it comes to classes in any language. Trust me, it is one of the most important aspects, and I would say underrated aspects of classes in object-oriented programming. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at deleting and destroying our objects. So we got car1, we got car2. It is a good idea and good practice in programming, not just Python, programming in general. When you no longer need an object, get rid of it, destroy it, so it no longer uses memory. So to delete an object, it is really simple. You just do del car1, and that is it. It's just del, which stands for delete, and the name of the instance object. So what I'm going to do is print out the speed of car1 and car2 just to demonstrate this. So it says, look right here, car1 is not defined because we've deleted it. But if I get rid of that and I just do run, that works fine because car2 is independent of car1. So that works a-okay. So obviously that's been deleted. Something else I want to cover as well, and that's a destructor. So like the constructor, which is called at the start of a class, the destructor is called at the end of a class. And what our del method or del command does is called the destructor. So we can actually define the destructor because we have a default destructor, but we can have our own one if we want to do some extra cleanup. So def underscore del underscore, and it takes a parameter of self, and now inside of here we're going to say it's going to print and say object has been destroyed. I don't want to save it like that. So now if we run it, as you can see, object has been destroyed. Obviously here you could have some extra cleanup, maybe if it's related to other parts of your application. But honestly, that's really, in terms of the core philosophy, the core principle of destroying objects and the destructor in Python and programming in general. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at class inheritance. So this is fantastic. So instead of having to create multiple classes, even though let's say one class might have similar functionality to another class, you can do something called inheritance. So we have this vehicle class. What if let's say we created a car class? So we did class, then car, for example, colon, and then we would have all the features. But if we put brackets and we specify another class name for vehicle, so very similar to what we did here, object is just a built-in class, so that's the reason we sort of just overlooked it at that point. But we've created a car class, or we're in the process of it, hence the error, and it's inheriting from vehicle. So what does that mean specifically? So let me put here, I'm going to put weight equals, let's say 10, and I'll put, let's say, a method as well. So I'll say increase weight and self, and I'm going to put 10. I'm going to put weight. And now what we're going to do is just put self.weight equals weight, and I need to increase it, sorry, like so. Okay, all those warning errors have disappeared. Fantastic. So what this means is car has this attribute, it has this attribute, but it has access to all of these attributes as well. So we can do the increased speed. So if we were to create now child car, I'm going to call it, equals car, for example, and let's say if I were to do print, and for this print I am going to put child car dot weight. I am going to print that again, and now I'm going to do child car dot increase weight, and I'll increase it by 9. And now let's also print child car dot speed. So we'll have access to the speed increase speed method, but we won't use it at the moment. We can sort of overlook that. If we run it, there we go. We get 10 for the weight. After it's increased, we get 19, and for the speed, we get 0, which is from here. So that's the beauty of class inheritance. We can basically absorb functionality from another class, especially if it has common functionality. Because you can think of it in real life. Everything is like an object, and you might have furniture, and that's an object. Part of that, you might have a table, which say have legs, for example, and other features. Then you might have a certain type of table, and you can just inherit from it. So you can just have like a trickling feature effect. So that's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to be covering inheritance a bit more. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you very, very soon. Hello, in this Python programming tutorial, we are going to look at overriding methods. So we got this vehicle class right here, we got this car class right here, which inherits from the vehicle class, and like I said, it inherits its attributes, so speed, the increased speed method, that sort of stuff. But what if we want a slight different functionality to one of the methods? So increase speed, we can do that, and that's called overriding methods. And the way you do it is simply implement it within the child class, because if it's not implemented, it has the parent's behavior as default. If it's implemented, it has its own behavior as default. So if I do increase speed instead, maybe I want to actually times it instead. So now if we were to run this, so let's just dry run the code. So we get 10 increase weight for child car, we get 19, that's fine. We get 0 for the speed. So let's increase the speed of the child car. So now let's do child car dot increase speed, and we'll put 5, and what's going to happen is still going to print out 0 because the default of 0. So let's just do 1 instead. So now okay, so look, 10, 19, increase speed by 5. We should increase, by default there is an actually, what we should do, put 0 there. And when we create the child car, we're going to press it in, let's just say 5. So rerun it. There we go. So we got 10, 19. That's fine. But when we increase the speed, it doesn't add it, it times it. So obviously, it's a very simple example, but that is the principle of overriding methods. A child class inherits its parents' methods. If you want slightly different or entirely different functionality, but the same name, the same parameters, same structure of calling it essentially, you can override the method. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Hello, in this video we are going to just discuss overloading methods. I'm not really going to do anything simply because we've already overloaded methods before. So any sort of default generic method as part of a class, for example, such as the init, the new, the delete, so the destructor, object comparison like CMP, like any sort of default method, we can overload it. And what that means is we can change the default functionality, which is what we did here. So I just wanted you to be aware that's what it's called. There's a specific name for what we've done, and it's called overloading methods. So thanks for watching, and in the next video we're going to cover overloading operators. Really cool stuff. Hello, in this Python video we are going to look at overloading operators. So an operator is something like equals. It is something like plus. These are operators, And if we were to try and add two classes together, that's not really going to work. But what we can do is overload an operator, so we can provide specific functionality. So you could, add two classes together. You could take away two classes. You could change the way they, compare. We're just going to use the example of add, but we'll provide a link so you can see all the other sort of methods that you can change as well. So for this vehicle right here, we've got a speed value. We have a speed value. And we're going to overload a method. So we're going to put def underscore. You sort out the indentation. Def underscore add underscore. So that's the method for adding, so plus. And first of all, just put self. Then comma, I'm just going to say other vehicle. So this will be the other vehicle, so like the other instance object. So we're not going to specifically pass this in, and we will just do return, because we're going to return it to the point where we do the addition. And what we are going to return is essentially just you can do a bunch of things. So you could create a whole nother vehicle object. So you could do something like vehicle and return this object with the new value of speed, and you could pass it into here. Yeah, you know what? Let's have a go at doing that. I was going to return a simple value, but let's make it a bit more complex. So I'm going to do self.speed plus other vehicle.speed, and that's it. So we've overloaded it and all errors have disappeared. Let's go down. So we got, so from the previous printout, speed for car 1 and 2 is 5 and 89 at this particular point. So if I created another car, so let's say call this car 3, I could say car 1 plus car 2, so no errors. I could do print car 3 dot speed. So let's see what we get. Run it and we get 94. It's because when we added car 1 and car 2, this overloaded operator was invoked, and as a result we created a new vehicle class or object that got returned, which got assigned to this, and as a part of that we passed in the speed from the first object, speed from the second object, added them together, and because our init method had this as part of the init method, the parameters, we were able to set a new value for speed. So that's it for overloading operators. Honestly, there's not much more to it than that. Obviously, you can provide more functionality. Maybe the add-in, adds a lot more. Keeps track of a few things. Maybe it adds stuff to a dictionary. That's all fine. You can do whatever you want. But the core essence, we've covered that. Like I said, there'll be a link with the video that'll help you with all the other operators that you can overload as well. That's it. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at data hiding, which is a pretty cool thing, and it's very similar to what we've just done here. So what I'm going to do is simplify most of this. So let me get rid of most of this. We don't really need this anymore. We can get rid of the child class that we inherited. Don't care about the constructor anymore. Get rid of this overloaded method. Heck, we're going to get rid of that. So really, this is all that we need so far, and it would be like so. Okay, so if in here I create a new vehicle, so if I call it car 1 equals vehicle, and I pass in a parameter 5, and I do print car 1 dot speed, run this. Okay, where's the error? That's fine, we can leave it like that. Oh, I don't know why I did that, sorry. So yeah, if I were to run this, We get 5 printed out. So what we can do is hide our attribute so it's not directly visible to any outsiders. So to do that, you just put double underscore. You can make sure you change it here as well, because otherwise this self dot just creates another variable. And as you can see, this is moaning now. We'll try and run it. It says no attribute because this is double underscore. Now we might be thinking, what if I just put 2 underscores here? Run that. It's still going to moan because it says it has no attribute because it's hidden. But now it's a warning because it's saying if I'm trying to access a protected member, and if you've done public, protected, private variables in other languages, then you'll feel right at home here. If not public, accessible by inside and outside, protected, only accessible by itself and children, and private, only accessible by itself in terms of attributes. So this doesn't work anymore. If you wanted to, I'll comment that out. If you wanted to really use it, you could do this. So you could do car1 or the instance object dot underscore vehicle, so the name of your class, which is vehicle. So underscore name of your class dot underscore speed, and now let's run this. So we can access it this way. So it's saying instance of vehicle has no, that's fine, that's just the ID. Access to a protected member. Generally speaking, you shouldn't be doing this. You should use getters and setters to essentially set your speed and to actually get variables. So honestly, that's the best route to go down. But just wanted to show data hiding and how to use it. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to kickstart off our regex or regular expression section. So regex is essentially a way of checking if something equals something, or something matches something, or something is the same as something else. So it's basically a special, think of it, a sequence of characters that helps you match or find strings in strings. It's like really awesome. They're really simple. I remember when I first discovered this regular expression, I was thinking, oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, so first of all, we're going to need to import a module, and it's RE. So that's RE for regular expression. And in this video, we're just going to look at the match expression. So if we have if we do pattern equals re.compile, so we need to use the compile keyword, and now this is the pattern that we're going to be looking for. So if I were to type in ELL, this will become clear in a moment. Then if I were to do print, so if I print the result of pattern.match, so we're checking for a match on our pattern, and if I specify some strings, so if I say hello world, for example, if let's just have one instance, you might be thinking, okay, it's in there, it's gonna match, but let's just take a look, see what we get. Okay, it's trying to stop it, but doesn't seem to be working. Okay, it stopped it now. Let me undo it. Pattern match, hello world. Okay, so let me rerun it. None. Okay, pattern does not match. I'm thinking, but it's there. And the thing is, what it does by default, it goes to the first character, and if this string does not match the first character and onwards, then you'll return false. But what you can do is put an optional position character, and this will say start from this position. So 1 being the second position, because remember, stuff in computers generally start at 0. So if I run this now, we get none1. What is that? I put it in the wrong place. It's meant to be in the match function, my bad. If we run it again, and if we just wait, there you go. We get a match. So it says it is matched. So ELL is inside of it, and you can access different pieces of information from our match. So if we were to assign that to something like so if I were to do pattern, so what I'll do, I'll say result equals, I'll copy this because this is the successful result, and I could do something like print result dot group 1. I'm just waiting for this to successfully run. Okay, so no such group, no such group. What is this saying? Now let's have a look. My bad. This is meant for a different type of match, and this different type of match essentially now allows you to provide a regular expression, and this is just building on top of what we've already done. So keep this code in mind, this line of code in mind, and as the next task I want to explore the other more sort of, I wouldn't say advanced, but just further on match function. There'll be a link in the description to help you, so feel free to check that out. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next demo. Hello, in this Python programming tutorial, we are going to look at the search function. So the search function, pretty similar to match, but search just goes through it until it finds the first instance of it, whereas match only checks if it is at the start of the characters provided. Even though you can set an offset, it still will only do it from, so like one will essentially get rid of that, for example. Obviously you would get rid of that in the inner workings. It would start here and then it would look for ELL, but if it didn't appear, or if you started here and ELL was here, then it wouldn't work. Whereas with search, it just keeps going through it till it actually finds it, or if it doesn't find it. So we'll keep the compile, and search is really simple. It's just search, and I want to do one more. Change this to a 2. So if I rerun it, see what we get. So as you can see, we've got none, we've got match, which is for this one. Then we've got a match because we're at the start. So first one doesn't give me E. Okay, second one does. Then it's out, so match. Then the third one, we start here. The first character is E. Next is out, match. But the final one, we start over here. So the first letter is not an E. And so we keep going till it gets to an E. Nope, nowhere there's an E. So nowhere we can continue to see if ELL is, I'll say match, but successfully searched for in our little string. So that's it for the search method. As I mentioned in the match method, you can further advance these regular expressions, and I'm going to provide a link in the description to be able to create your own patterns, and as an extra task have a go at doing that. But that's really it for match and search in their core essence, the differences between them. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at some advanced expressions. So up till now, yes, we've used the match and search function, but the actual sort of pattern we've used is very simple. Essentially just this, does it match this? But we can go really complex into it, and we can put it within our match, search, and our other regex methods, and that's what we're going to be doing in this video. So we can get rid of all this. We still need the import re, so leave that as it is. So we're going to create a string, call it string1, and this is going to be equal to hello world is awesome. Now we're going to have a result variable which will determine if our sort of regex search is successful. So re, so we're just using the regex object, so re.search. So you could do this with match as well. I'm just going to use it with search. So this takes 3 parameters. So the first parameter is essentially the pattern that you want to match to. The next parameter is the string that you're checking inside. Final parameter is the flags. So let's have a look at the pattern. So the pattern we're going to be using is R, and what we're going to be doing is essentially checking if like the word world exists and get the words before and after. So we just put world dot asterisk question mark dot asterisk, close the quotation marks. Now specify the string you want to search in. Finally, the flag. So re.m, you separate all flags by a vertical line, the pipe re.I. So what does re.m and re.I exactly do? So the M is multi-line, so it does multi-line matching, and the I is, it basically does case insensitive matching. So that's what they do, and like so you can add more. I'm going to provide a link with this video which will cover all of the different ways you can form patterns and all of the different ways that you can form your flags. We're going to cover the basics, and the links will really help you go beyond that. But if you understand what we're doing here, you're all good to go. I don't know why it's giving me this error, because I've tested this. There's only an I, but I've tested it before and it was giving me an error then. I think it's just this IDE, because you'll see it will work. So if you're using the same IDE as me, then you might get this error. Just ignore it. So first of all, we are going to check if the result is valid. If it isn't, we're going to handle that. So let's just do this code first. We'll do print no result, and if it is valid, we'll first of all we're going to print result.group. So this is a method, and this will print essentially all of this. And if I copy and paste this twice, and if it is successful, we're going to present result group for 1 and for 2, and you'll see what happens. So let's click run. So it's successful. So it's successful. It says hello world is awesome, hello and is. So again, we were searching for the word world, which we found. We were searching for anything before and after, and if it was in this format, then we was able to get these two words. So that's it for advanced expressions. Honestly, there's not much more to it than that. Just experiment using what we've covered here in the previous videos and in the links that I'll provide along with this video to create different types of expressions. But really, that's it for advanced expressions. We'll be using these a lot more and slightly different forms of them. So feel free. Actually, I would definitely recommend going over the links provided, because we'll be using some more patterns in our future regular expression videos. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at the amazing regex method of search and replace. The method is actually called sub, but it allows us to search and replace and delete stuff within strings, which is really, really important. So first of all, let's just create a string. So I'm going to call it string1 equals. So what I'm going to do is put a bunch of random just characters, numbers, and all of this will become clear why I am doing this very, very soon. So we got this string right here. So what we want to do is essentially just eliminate. So imagine if we get some input from the user, we only want numbers. We want to eliminate all non-number values. We can do that by putting return. I'm going to call it result actually, because return is built-in keyword, can't use that. Result equals re.sub, and we put R. So this is the pattern, and the pattern is going to be \d. And like I said, there's a link with the videos of regex in this series to cover the different patterns that you can use. You can do patterns to match the end of a string, to match non-word characters. If you understand what we're covering here, all of the other patterns will be easy to use if you go and check out the link provided. Okay, so searching and replacing. So we're going to get rid of all digits, and what we're going to do is for this we just put empty quotation marks, and we just simply pass in our string. So string 1, and now what we're going to do is print out result. So let's run it and see what we get. There we go. All of the extra characters have been removed. Let me show you something else. So if I were to print this off now like this, but instead I've got 3 parameters here. So the first one is the pattern, as we've already covered. The last one is the string that we're searching and replacing it. This one is essentially what we're replacing it with. Because we've got nothing there, it replaces it with nothing. If we put a space and run it, every instance it gets replaced with a space. Sometimes there's multiple non-digit characters, so there's multiple spaces. If we wanted to replace it with, let's say, a dot, for example, we could easily do so. There we go. Now, honestly, that looks pretty darn hacky and cool. So that's it for this video on searching and replacing. You can go further, you can delete stuff, you can do all crazy sorts of stuff with the sub method. Feel free to have a go, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to take a look at the basics of CGI programming. So CGI stands for Common Gateway Interface, and it's basically for a standard that provides an external gateway to interface with servers such as HTTP servers. So what we can basically do, and what we're going to do in this example, is just whip up some code that allows us to run HTML code within a Python file. So you might be thinking, why would you want to do that? Python, is a great backend language. So you could, do all of the Python functionality, like conditional statements, loops, all of that stuff, and then pump out HTML to a web page. So a couple of prerequisites. One, make sure you've got access to some sort of server. I'm using a local server called XAMPP, and it is cross-platform. It works on Mac, Windows, and Linux, which is fantastic. So you're pretty much covered. So I would honestly just recommend XAMPP. You could also use, like an online server with one of your websites. That's fine as well. So I'll provide a link to XAMPP with the video, and the installation, etc. is actually pretty self-explanatory. If you have any issues, as usual, just feel free to reach out and I'll assist you. The other thing is your server may need configuration to execute CGI, and if that is the case and it doesn't work, by the end of the video, then I'll recommend just checking out one of the other links I provided, which is a YouTube video, not created by me, just created by another great YouTuber. And in that video, he goes through the process of setting up CGI on your server. And he does it on Ubuntu, but I can confirm that it works on Mac and Windows as well, so you should be all good. But again, if you have issues, just feel free to reach out and I'll assist you in getting it set up. So now that's the prerequisites out of the way, and we're not going to be doing it in the online ID for the CGI programming section of this series, because this is basically what we're going to be writing, and as you can see, it just doesn't print out what we want. It doesn't print out a web page, because that's just a terminal. It's just a command line interface. So we got a local server whipped up and our htdocs right here. So in here, what I'm going to do is save this file first, so I can actually get the IntelliSense. So file.py. So the first line that we need to do with a CGI application is hash !/usr/bin/python. So this is just essentially allowing you to access the Python directory. You could have this, in non-CGI programs, and it'll be fine, but you need it for CGI programs. Then it's all going to be print based mainly. Then we're going to have a content type, and this will essentially tell browser that it is of type, HTML. So, render it as HTML. Another thing you're going to need is \r, \n, \r, \n. These are end of line characters. So this is an end of line, this is an end of line. And I've seen some tutorials where they actually have, omitted this, but honestly it didn't work for me. And most tutorials I find actually have \r and \n, at least one of them, but the recommended amount is 2 for end of line. So if it doesn't work for you, have a look, make sure you've got this in there, because this did trump me up a bit when I didn't have it. Next, we're just going to essentially form a HTML page, but using print. So we're going to put print HTML. And as usual, I like to close all tags as soon as I open them. Obviously, it doesn't have any intelligence to be able to do that. It's always, I find a good practice to do. You might think, why are we doing it in all separate ones instead of in the one? And I'll explain in a moment why that is the case. So we've got a head tag. In there we can put method tags. We're just going to keep it simple and put a put a title, which will just be the title of our web page. So title. And again, you might think, why are we doing this one in one line where the others aren't? Again, once I've wrote all of the code, I will explain all of it. So my first CGI app. And now outside of the head, we are going to put our body. So print body. Again, let's just close off the body before we forget. And now in here we're going to do print, and we're just going to put like a header tag. We'll put page 3, and we'll just say, again, let's close off. This is HTML body section. Fantastic. So we got that saved. Before we run it, let me just explain why some of the tags are on separate lines, the closing and ending tag, and some are on the same line. So we got HTML, we got this HTML, so opening, closing, and the reason they're on separate lines is because there's going to be quite a bit of code in between, and we're going to be adding to that code. So having it all on one line isn't very practical. Same with the head, same with the body. Whereas with the title, we're probably not going to make it more complex than that. Same with the H3, probably not going to make it more complex than that. If we had a div and there was, a bunch of other tags inside of it, and they had tags, and then they had like attributes and whatnot, then you would want to separate it out a bit more. Like I think you can, sort of see it as a logical structure that you would have in, HTML if you wrote HTML before. So now that we've saved that, let's run it. So file.py. Okay, we get a server request error. So let's have a look. What's wrong? First of all, make sure all the code is correct. Content type text HTML. Okay, let me just check the first tag. USR. Correct. /bin/Python. That looks, honestly all good to me. And there may be an issue with the actual rights. So let me try this. I found that this sometimes happens. So if I do chmod, I'm going to change the rights to, I'm going to do 755. There we go. Okay, if you get that problem, just change the rights to 755 for reading, writing, and execution. So here we go. As you can see, it's shown this. You might be thinking, where's the rest of it? Remember, this isn't printed. We got the my first CGI app up here. This obviously just tells the web page, Python, that it's a HTML page, and this is all that's going to display. If we were to inspect it and go to head, we have the title. You might be thinking, we didn't write shadow root. That's something automatically generated by the web browser. Again, some of this is just automatically generated by the web browser, including this as well. But we got our H3 as we put in our Python code. So honestly, that's it for the basic CGI, app. We'll be covering CGI a bit more in depth in the following videos. Thanks for watching, and like I said, because this can be quite a heavy topic just to get going, just to get started, feel free to message me and I will help you out. And as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at handling a GET request using a form in Python. So we got this CGI program, fantastic, make sure you got this. And now we're going to modify this so we can accept some form values. So first of all, you want to import CGI and CGI TB modules. Now you want to create a form, and this variable will basically allow us to access the values of fields called field story. This is a method within Python. And now we just do username. And you might be thinking, username, where's that coming from? We're actually going to construct a form very soon, so bear with me. So we just do form, the name that you set for your username, which will be username. Again, just bear with me. You get the value. I'm going to copy that, and because we're going to have two inputs, it's going to be email address and username. Email address, and now we're just going to print it out. So here we're going to do print. You could enclose the variables within, like a print tag with other HTML tags and to style it and all of that good stuff. As an extra task, I want you to do that. I'm just going to get it working and print it out. And here will be email address. Obviously this won't work at the moment. We need to create a new file, and I'll save it. I'm going to call it get file. So get file, and in here what we are going to do is do a basic doc type. So this is a HTML file. It doesn't have to be a HTML file. It could be, I guess, a Python file or even a PHP file that has an HTML form on there that submits. But just for simplicity, we're gonna let's make it a HTML file. We're gonna have an HTML tag, and in here we're gonna have a head tag. Again, just the basic structure of a website. In here we'll have a meta tag, which will just set the character set, and you'll set it to the really famous UTF-8. So now we are going to put title, and this will be epic title. And now we're going to do body, and we're going to do form, and the action is just the file that we want to go to. And for us, it's in the same directory, so we just put file.py. If it's in a different directory, just put the correct directory. Method will be get. If you are interested in how to do post, watch this video, and we'll be extending this to do post requests as well in the next video. So in here, we're just going to create a little basic form saying username, and then you're going to have an input, and this input will have, it's going to be a type of text, the name, and this is what this name right here, this username, is what is referred in here. So if you change this, you would have to change it here as well. So just bear that in mind. And now we're going to break the line, copy that to email address. Again, it could be any sort of form that you want. This is just a very simple form, but it's just to illustrate how to use form data with get, or any sort of get request, really. Form that is the easiest and best way of doing it quickly. Type, this is going to be a submit, because this is going to be a button that allows you to submit it, like so. So if we save that, go to our website, and we need to go to this one first, because this will call the other one. So get file.html. So we got these buttons. So if I type in which is my name, type in hello at hello, clearly my email address, click submit, this takes us to the file.py file. So let me just snap it over here. So it's taking us to here, and what it does is it gets this, creates this form, field storage, then it gets the username and email address values, which are in the URL, because get values are sent via the URL. Then it prints it here. And this is all on one line because it's just a very, very simple print. And like I said, as an extra task, I'm going to enclose it into, HTML tags. And you're thinking, how do you enclose a variable? We've already covered that with strings and the advanced printing tutorial, so feel free to go back and check them out. And obviously, if I were to, let's say, change a value here, let's say Farhan, or like Farah has 7, and then it has that value right here. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching. In the next video, we are going to cover post methods, and I look forward to seeing you then. Hello, in this video we are going to extend our example of using CGI for the get method for the post method. And honestly, it's really simple. The Python file where you get data doesn't actually change. In some languages you would have to change it, like PHP. All you do, you go here, change this to post, and you're done. So here, as you can see, in the get format, it sent it via the URL. If we go back to the file, get file.html, and if I'll type in something slightly different, click submit, as you can see, still printed it, but it's not in the URL. It sent it via the post method. So that's the only difference. That's all it is. And over these two videos, this one and the previous one where we did get and post methods, yes, we only covered very simple forms, basically text-based forms. And you might think, yeah, there's other sorts of text area, checkbox, Radiobutton, and other sort of stuff. And honestly, the principle is exactly the same. What I'll do is provide a link with both of these videos so you can actually see how to access them. But honestly, if you can get your head around doing get and post with what we've done with this example, you're all good to go. Before we finish off, I'm just going to go over the differences between get and post. So get, because the values stay in the URL, they're great for stuff like bookmarking and history. So post, it doesn't get saved in browser history and it's not bookmarked. The back button, so when you click back button, the back button, get requests are re-executed but may not be resubmitted to server if HTML is stored in the browser cache. Whereas for post, the browser usually alerts the user that data will need to be resubmitted. So that's something to bear in mind. You might have already seen that when you click back and you may have submitted a form and you say, do you want to resubmit the data again? And the encoding type is slightly different. Feel free to check that out a bit some more. The parameters, let's look at that. So you can send parameter data, but it's limited to what we can have in the URL. And you can only have so much because it really depends on the browser's character limit, and they have different character limits. Then on top of that, your URL will vary in size as well because this is localhost, but you might have like www before, maybe HTTP, S, all of that stuff, and then you might have a routing system as well. So I've seen browsers that can go up to 1,024 characters, some are more, some are less, and the safest amount is to use 2K of parameters. Apparently some servers can handle 64, but it's not recommended to use a lot. And for post, you can send a lot, so much you can even upload files. Okay, so from a hacking perspective, easy to hack. Get is very, very easy because it's just in the URL, so you can change that. So you can easily manipulate that. Post, very difficult to hack. Okay, so restrictions on the sort of form data that you can submit. In get, you can only submit ASCII characters, and in post, really there's no restrictions. But even binary data is also allowed if you really want to go down that route. Security, get is less secure compared to post because data is sent as part of the URL, so it's saved in browser history and server logs as plain text, whereas post is more safer than get because the parameters, are not stored in browser history or the server logs. And like I said, there are restrictions on the form length. Some people say 2048, is a good form length. I would say, honestly, don't go crazy with it because different browsers, different restrictions. and yeah, no restrictions on posts. Don't think there really is. So okay, usability and get method should not be used when sending passwords or sensitive information. So definitely no. Post when sending passwords and sensitive information. Pretty simple. Visibility, everyone can see get because it's hidden. I mean, it's displayed in the URL. Post, really no one can because it's hidden. So caching, get can be cached, post can't be cached. So those are the differences between it. Obviously, you can go into the differences a lot more. You could have spent days and days just really going into the technical aspects of the differences between get, post, and how they work. And honestly, there's no either solution that you'll use for your website. You'll use one for a certain scenario and one for another scenario. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next Python demo. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to cover cookies. So we're going to cover setting cookies, retrieving cookies, and deleting cookies. So to set a cookie, you import. So you need to import the cookie module like so. And that's all pretty cool. But you might be wondering, what is, an actual cookie? Because trust me, it's not the things that you eat. No. But it is, named after them because, it leaves a breadcrumb, a trail of what you've been doing. So cookies essentially allow you to set data and they're stored with your browser's session. So that's great when I'm sure you've been back to a website where you've logged in and you're already logged in. You're just like, yes, I don't have to log in again. Or, it's got some other extra information that you've already set. That's all really cool. And it uses cookies. So, yeah, that's it. Honestly, I think that's the best way to get your head around it. It's just some values that's usually there to keep track of you or, your user session and some other basic information around you. Probably has your user ID, maybe a couple of other pieces of information. And therefore, you can just, get that information from, let's say, a database. We're not going to be using a database or anything like that. But once you're comfortable with this, feel free to check out the database videos in this series and then combine them and you're all good to go. Okay, so we've imported the cookie module. We need to create a cookie sort of variable object. I'm going to call it cook equals cookie.simple cookie. And to set a cookie, you just do cook. Now, quotation marks in the square brackets, and then you put the name of your cookie. I'm going to put user ID equals on. And I'm going to set a expiry date. Bear in mind, expiry dates are set in seconds. So this is the way you do it. Put expires equals. And I'm going to do 60 times by 60 times by 24. So remember, it's in seconds. So 60, that's a minute, times by 60, that's an hour, times by 24, that's a day. So if we were to times it by 365, we'd have a cookie that's set for a year. So that's fine. We're only going to be using one cookie in this video, but to set another cookie, just duplicate this line, change the cookie name, and change the data. Or if you need to change the data that you're setting for the cookie, and you can change the expiry date as well by you doing something very similar. Next, what we need to do is do a print, and we need to print our cook or our cookie object. So we actually set the cookie. At the moment, this is just created in Python, but we need to set it in HTML form. And now, if we save that, reload the page, so I can see the local host, the cookies, there's nothing there. But reload and go back to cookies, it's been set now, which is fantastic. So we got our cookie set. So that's all well and good. How do we actually retrieve it? To retrieve it's really simple. I'm just going to retrieve it in a print line. You just do cook, square brackets, quotation marks, the name of your cookie, user ID, and then dot value. So that's simple. Go back, refresh, and as you see, it's printed out for Han, which is the user ID in this cookie. And again, you probably won't just do it in raw form like this. You will probably get it in, let's say, in Python, and then maybe link to a database and get the information for this particular user ID, something along those lines. But once you're all good with this, you're all good to go. The final thing I want to cover is how to actually set and how to delete a cookie. And it's actually, kind of weird, I think, how you delete a cookie. To delete a cookie, you have to set an expiry date, which is before the current date. So date in the past. So let me see, I'll put it here. Deleting a cookie. So if we copy this, and obviously this just sets it into the future from currently. So we don't want that. What we want, so we could do something like THU, which is Thursday, 01 Jan 1970. So this is like epoch time. 00:00:00 GMT, and save that now. And if we go back, refresh, as you can see, there is no cookie in here for this because as soon as we set it, we are expiring it. So obviously, I'll comment this line out. It'll be there so you can access in source code. We don't want that there to constantly be deleting our cookie. So that's it for the cookies video. You know what? I think I'm actually going to go and have some chocolate chip cookies. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next Python demo. Hello, in this video we are going to take a look at setting up our database, our PyMySQL database. It's actually really simple to install, and what you want to do is you want to open up the Python IDLE. I'm doing it in a local environment so I can actually install Python MySQL. And now what we want to do is create a new file. So we're going to launch up a new file, and to actually obviously use Python we need to just put this. We've done this before, so this is just the path to Python. So save down, let's save it to my desktop, call it file.py, and now what we're going to do in here, we are going to put a line called import PyMySQL and save that. And if we click file, run module, that's great, it runs. If you get any errors, something along the lines of in PyMySQL module it doesn't exist, something along those lines, so open up your terminal, your command line, type in pip install PyMySQL, and I've already got installed, so it says requirement already satisfied, otherwise it will install it. So that's it for actually installing PyMySQL. Thanks for watching. If you've got any questions or if you have any problems installing MySQL for Python, feel free to let me know and I'll help you out. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, in this Python database programming tutorial, we are going to cover connecting to a database because we've set it up, but how do we connect? Okay, honestly, it's pretty simple. One thing that I just want to mention is that I'm using XAMPP for the database connection, and I will be managing it via the phpMyAdmin GUI. I covered this in the previous tutorial that you can use XAMPP potentially for a server. Actually, it was in an older tutorial than that, just in general for Python related stuff. I'll actually be using the IDE to be actual run the code. I just prefer that for Python over using like the browser, for example. It's just easier, but I'll just be connecting to the MySQL database. Even though this isn't necessarily hooked up to it, it is it is as well. So MySQL database, as long as that's started, that's fine, and you're all good to go. The reason I've got the Apache web server, some of you might be thinking, is why have I got that running? I don't need it to connect to a database via Python. It's just so I can actually access this interface. If I don't have the web server enabled, I can't access this GUI interface, so I can't actually visually see what's happening, but I can just access it via the Python code. Okay, now that's out of the way. Now let's just start coding. So first thing we want to do is create a connection to our database. So we're just going to call it DB. This is just the database object that we'll be using. So DB equals PyMySQL. And another thing I want to mention is that I've seen tutorials online that use PyMySQL, and a lot of them have it capitalized like so. And that doesn't work for me, it never has. So I just want to mention that. So if you come across any tutorials, it's like that, it's not working for you, just do it all lowercase, or vice versa. If it's not working the way I'm doing it, try doing it the other way around. If you're having any issues, as usual, reach out and I'll assist. So .connect, so pretty simple. And this takes 4 parameters. First being the server name, next being the username, password, and the database, so like the actual database you're connecting to. So the server name for my local server is just called localhost, so whatever your server is, make sure you put the correct server name there. And I'll show you. So it says root at localhost. So localhost is the server name, root is the user, and root. Then the password, I don't actually have a password set, it's just a local server, so not really first. Obviously, if it's online and the website or the application is accessible by the public, definitely have a secure password on there. But I don't have one, and I'll just be connecting to a database called users. It could be whatever you want. I've already got one created. It's actually created for a different purpose, but I've got it here, so I'll be using this. So now, if we go back, what we're going to do is now do cursor equals db.cursor like so, and what this does is just prepares a cursor object which we can use later on with the cursor method, and we'll show you what that right now. So we just do cursor instead of doing this every single time. It just simplifies it to this. That's all it is. Execute. So we are going to execute a query. And what we're going to do is just essentially select the version, get the version of our database. So select version. Obviously, this is just where you put like your MySQL query, for example, like a select or a create or update or insert, that sort of stuff. But we'll be covering that in future videos, so feel free to check them out. So we're going to do data now. Data equals cursor dot fetch 1, and what we're doing here is we're just fetching a single row, because there could be multiple pieces of information. Like if you selected something from a database, you only want the first row. This is how you would do it. Again, we'll cover this in more depth and how to do it over other videos. And now we're just going to print this out. So we're just going to print out the database version. So it's going to do data. And it's always good practice to close the connection afterwards, whether you're in Python or another language like PHP. Save that. If I go to run module, hopefully we get no errors. No, we don't, and we get this 10.1.22-MariaDB. So if we go to PHP MyAdmin, as you can see, MariaDB. And that's literally what it's printed out. MariaDB, if you don't know, is just a fork of MySQL. So it is a form of MySQL as well. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching. In other database videos, we'll be looking at creating tables and all of that really cool stuff about interacting with databases. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hello, in this tutorial we will cover creating a table. So if you're already familiar with something like PHP MyAdmin, you might be thinking you can just create a table by clicking this button. You get this little window that pops up, this page, and you can put the name of a field, the type, default values, that sort of stuff. And that's true. And honestly, I recommend using this generally. It's just an easier way. It's easy to edit. It's just, a better way of doing things, I personally think. But it's good to know how to do it via code as well, because trust me, the need will arise when you're creating dynamic applications and websites. So what we'll do is get rid of this right here, and we're going to have an SQL query. We're going to put it outside of the execute method simply because it's a bit more complex than what we had before, but you could put it within there inline if you wanted to. I'm going to put a triple quotation mark. This just allows us to do it on multiple lines. The name, I'm going to create a name field, and I'm going to set it to a type of chart. Let's say a length of 20, and this can't be null. So this is necessary. And just put a comma to separate the fields. Now we just put location, put char 100, and we now I'm going to put a gender char 1. So again, gender can really only be male or female. We're just going to keep it simple for now. It's male or female. And age will be integer. We're not saying it can be 16.5. It's 16 or 17 in our case. And I feel like I'm missing there. I'm missing this. Without this, we won't create table. I'm missing the actual command, and the table is going to be called test table. And put a quotation mark there. Now here we end it. So we're all good. Before we run it, we just need to do cursor.execute. We need to actually run the query in the code, and now we can run the code itself. So run module. Okay, no errors. It's a good sign. If we go to here, if we go to users, as you can see, another table has appeared. You might be thinking, why has it appeared here and not there? That's nothing to do with us. That's just a PHP admin thing. If I reload, it appears there. So that's fine. Go to test table and go to structure. As you can see, we can see the name, location, gender, age. We could insert, data ourselves. If once we add data to it, you'll see right here, and this data will be able to edit as well, and we'll be able to see it. So without a GUI like this, we wouldn't have all of this flexibility. So we're not using this to create the table. We're just simply using it to make sure it has been created, and just look at it in general. So it's more for debugging. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next database tutorial. Hello, in this Python programming video we are going to look at inserting data into our table which we created inside of our database. And we actually created the table in a tutorial previously that was just all in line in code like I showed you. You could do it via the GUI such as PHP My Admin or whatever the GUI you're using is, and you can insert data into like this table of ours as well using insert. Generally you wouldn't, you'll do it in code because let's say if you get some user information, you would put that in via the code. And to actually create or insert data is really simple. So we need all of this standard stuff that we got from before, and we need to create a SQL query. We'll do triple quotation so we can do multi-line query. We put insert into, and now we just specify the table name. So test table. So this is just this table here. We don't specify the database name because we specify that up here. And now we need to specify which field we are going to be inserting it into. So we've got name, location, gender, age. We're going to be using all of them. So you just put name, location, gender, and age. Close bracket. And now we need to specify the value, so what we're actually going to be inserting into these fields. For this, I'm going to put Farhan for the name because that is my name. For those that don't know, I'm going to put UK because that is where I live in the United Kingdom. I'm going to put M for male because that's what I am. I'm sure I'll get some comments joking otherwise, and I'm going to put an age of 26 because that's how old I am as of recording this video. So triple quotation just to end it. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to use a try catch block, and the beauty of this is, let me just type it out and then I'll explain why we're using this. So cursor.execute, so this is nothing new. We're executing the SQL query that we created. db.commit, and like I said, I'm going to explain all of this in a moment. Let's sort out the indentation here. Except db.roll back, and finally we just need to, no, that's it, we're all good to go. Okay, so the reason we've got this try block is we try to execute our SQL query which is inserting data in. if something goes wrong and during this, then what happens is it rolls the database back. So it helps prevent issues. And I've just seen one thing, commit is with 2 M's. So that would have actually caused an issue. So yeah, so this is just there if something goes wrong. It shouldn't do. I've tested it, so it should be fine. So I'll save it. And just to confirm that there's no data in there currently, if I were to run the module, let's see what we get. We should get no errors, which we don't, which is a good sign. And if I click browse, the data is right here. And obviously if I were to change this to, I don't know, I'll change it to Hussein, which is my surname, and I'll leave everything else as it is. So now run the module again. See what we get. We should have another row. So we've got 2 rows now. So that's it to insert data into a database. You can make it more complex by having more fields, more values, different types of values depending on the data type of each field. Maybe have some sort of conditional statement and get input from the user. But in its core, in its essence, this is really all you need for a insert query. You might have it more complex in your application depending on a certain scenario, but the insert part will just be this. That's it for this video. Thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in my next tutorial. Hello, in this Python programming tutorial we are going to cover the select operation. So as the name suggests, it allows us to select stuff. Basically allows us to select rows. So at the moment we got these 2 rows, one with the name of Farhan, one with the name of Hussein, and all the other information is the same. So select allows you to select, well, 1 row, multiple rows. You basically provide some parameters. The bare basics is where you're selecting it from, the table name, and then you can provide some extra stuff as well, like a certain condition using the where key command and other conditions as well. Maybe you can order it, maybe you can limit how many results you want, all of that good stuff. I'm just going to do a simple select query because again this isn't about teaching MySQL, because there's plenty of resources online about that. It's just about covering how to use the MySQL select query within Python. If you have any questions about this or anything a bit more advanced, feel free to reach out and I will assist you. So we want to select both of these. As you can see, that's the latest version. And if we go to our code file, it's actually pretty simple. Just need to do an SQL query as we have done before. Put select. And now you just put what you want to select. So you could put, stuff like the actual rows. But if we put asterisk, it selects everything. So we're just going to select everything, select table. And here is where you put something like a where command to put some sort of condition. But again, we're just keeping it simple. And I'm going to enclose within a try block again, just so if there's any problems, they can be handled accordingly. So in here, we would just put print unable to fetch data, unable to get data. Because what you got to think is we're not actually doing anything to the database, so we don't need to roll anything back. The rollback is only if we're updating or inserting something and then something that's going wrong. So in here, we just need to do the cursor.execute. So this is nothing new. Cursor.execute SQL, so it just gets this query from here. Now we need to get all the results, so we'll put it within a variable called results. And to get the results, it's simple. Cursor.fetch all. And what we'll do is loop over every row that we've got, whether that's 1 row or 100 rows. It'll be 2 in our case. For row in results. So for every row, it'll get put into row, and we'll be able to access each basically column of information. So I'm going to create a variable called name, and that's going to be row 0, because as you can see, the first row is name, location, gender, age. So remember, in computers, most things start at 0. And now we're going to do location equals row 1. We're going to do gender equals row 2. And finally, we're going to do age. Again, you don't need to get all of these. You might only get like 3 of them in this particular point, and we'll get some more later, or you might only get 1. But I'm just showing you how to get all of them. Now, what we're going to do is just do a simple print. So print, and we are going to do name colon %f comma location colon %f comma gender %f and finally age %f. And now what we need to do is actually specify the variables that we want to put here, 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 and here. So we just want name, location, gender, and age. Okay, that's pretty cool now. So if we save that, we should be all good to go. So now let's run this and see what we get. No errors. It says unable to get data. So let's have a look. What's gone wrong? So SQL equals select everything from test table. So that doesn't seem like a problem to me. So we've done cursor.execute SQL. Okay, so unable to get data. So really, it should not be anything to do with this. So let's just try running it again. Okay. So there was something in here that I did not like. Let's just eliminate that it wasn't the results line. So it wasn't that line. So something within here it does not like. So what could it be? This needs to be enclosed in brackets. So if I run that again, there we go. Okay, that's just a simple syntax error on my part. And as you can see, we've selected all of the rows, or just 2 of the rows, because there are only 2 rows. So that's it for the select query. Like I said, this is not a tutorial on, all the facets of MySQL, but just how to implement the MySQL select query within Python. If you want to know more about it, there's loads of resources on the MySQL website, on W3 Schools, and again, just feel free to reach out and I'll help you along your development journey. That's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the update operation, which will allow us to update information in our database. So we got these rows here, and what we're going to do is update the row with a name of Farhan and update the age to 30. So I've increased my age by 4 years. So what we're going to do is need to do an SQL query, and this will just be update. Now you specify the actual table you want to update something in. Now you specify what column you're modifying, so age, and what you're setting it to. So you could have something like %s here and then put the variable after. You can do all that stuff. Again, just keeping it simple. You'll do a where. And probably with age, probably less a %s, more like a %i, but you know what I mean. And now we just specify where we want to do it, because if we don't, it'll just update everything. And you might want that, but for now we're just gonna have it where name equals Farhan. So save that. Now we just need to do a try. Accept. So now we need to do db.rollback. So if some problem occurs because we're modifying the database, let's roll it back to its last known state so we don't have any problems. So we need to do cursor.execute SQL, and now we need to do db.commit. Like so. So save that, and we should all be all ready to go. So if I show you by reloading it that the age is still 26. Now if I were to run the module, successfully run it, and let's have a look. Age is now 30. So that is it for the update operation. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to cover the delete operation, which I'm sure you can guess what it does. It allows you to delete a row or a selection of rows. So what we're going to do is delete the row which has a name of Farhan, and what we're going to do is first create a SQL query. I'm going to put delete from test table, so because that's the table name. And now we're going to say where name equals, so this is the condition, so when the name equals Farhan, now we simply need to run it. We're using the try to make sure we handle any errors accordingly. And the main error that we would handle is something going wrong, so we just roll back the database. You can obviously print something out here as well if you want to, but the main thing is rolling it back. You need to do cursor.execute to actually run the query, so this just gives the green light to say go ahead and run it. And now we just commit all of these changes to the database, so save it, run it, get no errors, go to our database, and see that row has now gone. So that's it for this video on the delete operation. If you have any more questions, feel free to reach out, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this Python video we are going to start networking and just whip up a simple server, and in the next tutorial we'll be extending it via a client. So to do the server we just need to import the socket module. Now we need to actually create a server socket, and this is going to be equal to socket.socket, and this takes a couple of parameters. The first one is socket.af underscore inet, comma, socket dot sock underscore stream, and now we need to get the local name of the local machine. Host equals socket dot get host name, get host name, and let's spell socket wrong, let's put sock, so socket. Okay, we're now going to port quadruple 9, server socket dot bind, and we're going to bind it with a host and a port. Again, a lot of this might think, what is this? Become more clear as we progress in this network part of this series, especially once we put up the client as well. So just bear with us. Server socket.listen. So this is how many requests we want to queue up, and I'm going to put 10. Put 5 if you want to. So while true. So this just forces this loop to run. We need to establish a connection. So we'll do client socket address equals server socket dot accept. And now we're going to print, just saying connection, should be quotation mark connection from, and we'll just say str address. Close the final bracket. Now we need to send a message, and the message is going to be thanks for connecting. And we'll just put some new line characters as well. So \r/n, so return line, and now we're going to do client socket.send message.encode. So we're going to encode into an ASCII style format. ASCII. And finally, we just do client socket, raise them to the database. We just close it. Save that. Then let's see if we get any errors. So run module. No errors. That's fine. Because I've already run it, you might get a little pop-up on your system saying, do you want to allow it, in the firewall? Just click allow. That's fine. It's just our local thing. We know what we're doing with it. We know where it's coming from. So like I said, it's going to become, more obvious what's happening. You're going to understand it more over the next video when we actually do a client which actually connects to this. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you very soon in the next awesome tutorial. Hello, in this video we are going to be continuing on with networking, and in the previous one we implemented this simple server. Now what we're going to do is implement a client that actually connects to this, and we'll actually be running these files from the terminal. If you are on Windows, just install Python and just run it via the command line. It's just going to be easier like that. So you can use any IDE. I'm still currently using IDE 8. Okay, so on this client file that I've created, I've saved it in the same location as my desktop, or as the other file, which is right here. You can save it wherever you want, I guess, because you just make it easier to specify, but you can save it wherever you want. So we can put hash !usr bin and then / there Python 3. So again, this is nothing new. Now we're going to import socket. I'm going to create a socket for the client equals socket.socket, and again we are going to be essentially just putting this right here. So what we'll actually do is copy what we need exactly. So we'll need these 3 lines. So I'll just save time and copy that, paste that. Again, I'll rename it to client. It's a separate file. It doesn't really matter, but it's just easier, when you're looking at it, be like, okay, that's the client one. Okay, so now we're going to do client socket.connect host port, and so this is the port, the host we get from the local host. Obviously, if you have a host that's like online and you've got another host from another server, you can put that there as well. That is not a problem. The principle is exactly the same whether it's local or online. Now we're going to put msg equals client server, client socket, got to spell socket right, socket.recb, which is receive, and now we specify how many characters we must receive. Put 2048. The reason we specify this is not to get overloaded. This can help prevent some sort of an attack like a DDoS. Close. And now we just do print msg.decode, and now we put ASCII. So this is a message that we've received, and so if I save that, I open up terminal. So I'm going to change directory to my desktop, and in here I'm going to run Python. It's called file.py. So this, we run the server first, put ampersand. So this will just allow us to run it in the background. So if I press enter, that's running in the background now. And as you can see, none of this has been printed out because this is for the client. Now if I were to do Python client.py, even though in the client file there was none of connection from blah blah blah, and thanks for connecting, that's in here, because this was sent via the server to anyone that's connecting, that's the reason the client received it. So this is great. You could be sending scores, you could be sending all sorts of information. It's that cool and that simple. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video we are going to look at initiating a new thread. So multi-threading is an amazing feature built into Python. It's not just unique to Python, many languages support it, and it's one of the fundamentals of modern computers. Without multi-threading we wouldn't be able to, essentially, process data at the same time. It allows us to have multiple threads. They're lightweight, and it just allows them they can communicate with each other. They can act as separate processes. So it essentially allows us to have multiple applications open and do things. And in our application, even though we only have, let's say, one application, we might want to do several different things and make it look like they're happening at the same time. And with simple stuff you might not notice the delay, but as you get into more advanced applications, multi-threaded application programming really does become a crucial aspect of it. So in this video I'm just going to initiate a simple thread. So the first thing you need to do is just put usr/bin/python3. Now you're going to do import underscore thread, and so these are just some modules. I'm going to import a time module as well. We'll be using that. I'm going to define a function just called timefunc, and very funky. And it's going to take a thread and a delay parameter. In here we'll have a count that will equal 0. We'll say while the count is, let's say, 5. What we're going to do is sleep for the the amount of time that we're passing into the time function. So that's basically going to be the time delay. So time delay, like so. Now we're going to do count plus equals 1. So this is incrementing it. Now we're going to print, and in here I'm going to put %s %s. So this will be the thread and the actual, well, essentially the time as well. So what we're going to do is, well, we're going to forward it. It should be an S and an S, not a $sign. That's my bad. I'm going to put %thread. So all of this with this sort of style of strings we've done before. So feel free to go back if there's anything that you don't completely understand. Have I got all the brackets? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's all good. And now what we're going to do is do a try block, and in here I'm going to do underscore thread dot start. So this will allow us to start a new thread. So very simple to start a new thread. Inside here we'll call the time function that we created, and inside here we need to specify the parameter. So we specify like thread. I'm going to call it thread number 1, and then we'll specify the time, and for that I'm just going to put 1. Now thread 2, accept, print, and if error occurs we'll just print out error, unable to initiate thread. So now we're going to do while 1 : pass. So we'll save that, run it, and we'll go over it again some more. So if we run the thread, error unable to initiate thread. So let's take a look at what's gone wrong, because something has gone wrong. Okay, so bear with me. So yeah, I'm just gonna go over code from the top. So we have time function thread delay, that's when count equals 0, while count is less than 5, time.sleep delay, yes, count plus equals 1, print %s colon thread comma time.ctime time.time at my bad time is a method. So let's try running that now. Okay, there we go, and it is now working. So our thread is running, and this should be thread 2. That's what it should be called. Unable to initiate thread. So thread 2 has been unable to initiate. Right there. In my source code, I have this. Let's try this. Okay, so yeah, let's just keep going through it. So thread times dot ctime time, open close bracket bracket. Okay, thread dot new start new thread time func. That was a mistake I made. We pass in time func the name, and then the actual parameters separately. There we go. Okay, so that is a syntax error on my part. So what we're doing here, we are running both of the threads. If you were to change the time delay to the same style of time delay, there's a very high probability that they'll print on the same line, thread 1 and 2 will, because they'll be running at the same time. So we have a delay, the amount of time they runs is right here. So this is sort of like the old style of initiating a thread. In the next tutorial, what we'll actually do is create a thread manually with a start and end. At the moment, it's just gone through an infinite loop to get to end it. You have to do Control-C, like so. Okay, so I'm going to save that, and that's it for this video. Thanks for watching. I look forward to seeing you in the next Python programming tutorial. Hello, in this video what we're going to do is extend what we've already got right now. So if you don't have this, feel free to go back to the previous video on initiating a new thread. So we're going to extend this so we have our own class that allows us to create our own threads manually. This is a new system of doing things. So first of all, we need to import the threading module, not the old _thread module. So for the define time function, we'll make a few modifications to that. We'll need to have the class here. So let's just do time func first, because it's sort of already done. So thread name, delay, that's all good. But we're going to specify a counter as well to make it a bit more dynamic. And what we're going to do is say while counter, and we're going to say if exit flag, and I haven't created exit flag yet, just bear with me, I'll do it right now actually. Exit flag equals 0, so by default it'll be 0. If exit flag, then we're going to do thread dot exit, and time sleep delay, that's fine. Printing it out like so is also fine. But instead of the counter being like that, what we'll do is do counter minus equals, because we're doing the opposite. We're actually specifying it in the function call now. So this is going to change as well, but before we change that, we need to create our thread class. So we do class, I'm going to call it epic thread. Whenever I say thread in these tutorials, it makes me, in my head I'm hearing thread, F-R-E-D, the name. So it's going to be threading.thread. And in here, we're going to define the init method. If any of this is a bit confusing regarding the init method and the self keyword, feel free to go to our classes videos and check them out. So thread ID, name, and counter. And in here, what we'll do is threading dot thread dot underscore init underscore self dot thread ID equals thread ID, and we're going to do self dot name equals name. So we're just keeping track of all of this within the class. So it allows us to, you know, have a more dynamic way of keeping track of it, creating more threads, and just using them. So it's just a better management of classes than what we did in the previous video. Now we're going to create another method, call it run, and self, and we're going to do print, and in here we're going to print starting the self.name, so we just print, you know, what thread we're actually starting. We're going to call the time function from here, the time function, self.name, and self.counter, and we're going to specify 3. So this is how many times we want it to run. You could have it 5, you could have it 10. I think in the previous video we did 5. So print exiting and plus self.name. So if we save that, we go down. We need to mainly get rid of this because we've got our own thread now, so we're not going to use the start new thread method that's built in. We're going to do thread1 equals epic thread. So we're creating a new thread object here, and we specify 1 like so. So this will just be the, you know, the thread. What we're going to do is now we are going to specify. So we specify the thread ID. We need to specify the name and the counter. So the name is thread number 1, comma 1. So that's the counter. To almost done, and now we just need to do change to thread 2. We need to put thread 1 dot start and now we just need to do thread join, so it joins the queue, join. Now we'll just put exit the thread. Now let's run it and see if I get any errors. Probably have, so far no errors. So starting thread number 1, thread number 2, exit the threads. So we've essentially created a more dynamic thread class that we can extend over the next couple of videos where we will be synchronizing threads and having multi-threaded priority queues. So feel free to go over this again. If there's any question you have, feel free to reach out and I'll help you. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to synchronize our threads. So one of the things we are going to do is get rid of the exit flag. We won't need that at all. So this name counter, that's all good. Threading thread in itself, you know, all of this method is fine. We're all good with that. In the run method, we are going to change things up slightly. That is fine. We're still going to be calling it like so, but we just need to do this. We should do thread lock.acquire, and then we need to release it at the end as well. And we can get rid of this one. So thread lock.release, like so. And now the time function is going to slightly change because we don't have the exit flag anymore. And let's have a look. So we've got the counter, you know, we're happy with that. we don't need the exit method anymore, so we're going to be handling that another way, and everything else is all good to go. So let's keep going down. Here we need to create a thread lock. So we're going to do thread lock like so. And we're going to make it equal to threading dot lock, and then we're going to do threads equals, so this is just going to be our essentially our array that we'll be adding our threads to. And now, not array, list. Very similar to arrays. And here we are creating the thread, which this isn't changing, that's fine. Still starting the threads, but the difference is we're not joining them now, not exactly like this. What we'll do is first do threads dot append, so we'll actually add these threads to the list that we created. Copy that for thread 2, and now we need to, so for every thread in there, we are going to wait for all the threads to complete. So this is just again a more dynamic way. If we had 20 threads, we wouldn't have to have as much code as we did before. It's more efficient. So again, that's what we've all been building up towards. And if I run it, see if we get any errors. No errors. So the threads are running and they're working, so which is fantastic. And they have now finished. So that's it for this tutorial. We synchronized the threads. Thanks for watching, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next awesome Python programming video. Hello, in this programming video we are going to look at multi-threaded priority queues. So we're going to use the queue module, which essentially allows us to create a new queue that can have a specific number of items, and it just means it's more efficient. We can easily queue more thread if we need to. So we'll need to do a few slight changes to our program. So this init method, that's fine. That is for the most part not changing. Everything else is all good. So this is more going to be to do with queue and not counter anymore, but I'll leave the name as it is because that doesn't really matter. So in the run self, we have the starting time, that's good. We're not going to do the thread lock anymore. We're going to have that ending one that we had a couple of videos back. So exiting, and here I'm going to call it not time function, I'm going to call it process data, because what it's doing is processing the queue now, so it's something slightly different. Actually, I'll rename this to queue because it's more explanatory of what it is. It's like the queue part of it. So let me process the data. Again, this is a method that we're going to rename the time function to this and do modifications to that. So self.name, self.queue. Okay, so now that we've got that done, this needs to change to process data and thread. We'll call this queue. No counter. So we need the exit flag again that we removed. Exit flag equals 0. We also need to import another module, queue. We will keep all of the other modules that we imported. We will need them. So here, so while not exit flag, while the exit flag, while it's not, what we're going to be doing is, if I delete this, it'll be just generally a lot easier. I'm going to do queue lock dot acquire And now what we're going to do is if not work queue, so if the work queue isn't empty, so if there is actually something in the queue, we are going to get the data. The data equals queue.get, then queue_lock.release print CentOS processing CentOS. So this is just what is processing, or thread, and here we'll just put thread and data. So thread and data. Okay, so we still need a bit more because we're going to need to create more lists. So what I'm actually going to do is delete. I would say I'm going to delete all of this. I'll delete this part of it. This is going to be a lot easier. So we'll say for. So we're going to get all of the threads in the thread list. So for all of these threads in the thread list, I haven't even, there's lists here that I totally forgot. We need to create a thread list. So what we're going to do, so this is a lot more dynamic. That's going to say thread 1, thread 2, thread 3, name list equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we're going to do queue_lock equals threading.lock, do work queue equals queue.queue10, and now we're going to do threads. So we're going to create that threads list again. And I'm going to have a thread ID, set that initially to 1. So we've got a name list and we've got a thread list as well. So it's just easy, allows us to create more threads and just add them to our list. And using our our loops, our loopity loops, we will be able to run threads a lot easier. So again, just making it more and more efficient every single video. So in this for loop, we're going to do thread equals epic thread ID. So we just need to specify the thread ID, the thread name, and the work queue, which is just this variable right here. So now we need to do is start the actual thread. Now we do threads.append. Now we're going to actually add the thread to the threads list that we created here. So this is essentially what we had in the previous tutorial, but we've got it in this for loop now because again we don't know how many we're going to have, so we put it in the for loop, and however many we have we'll add it to the threads list. Now we're going to do thread ID and increment it by 1 so it has a new ID every single time, otherwise it will mess up. And now we need to do queue_lock.acquire, and scroll down a bit, and now we're going to do for word in name list, not an name list work queue dot put word queue lock dot release while not work queue dot empty, and now in the path. So this is very similar to what we had before in the first video. We've got exit flag equals 1 because we now want to run an exit in it, and there's a lot of code there. Run it and hopefully it works, and yes it does. So that is it, and yeah, let's see. Obviously no time is displayed because we wasn't using time function, processing data through a multi-threaded priority queue. So that's it for the threading part of this little series. And combine what you've learned over these past few videos together. Feel free to ask any questions that you might have, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome programming video. Hello, in this Python programming tutorial we are going to take a look at parsing an XML file. So I've got an example XML file that I've created here, which has a root node called vehicles, and inside it has car tags, and then it has a attribute. You can have more than one attribute, and you can have more nested tags, elements. But just to keep it simple and just to demonstrate how to parse XML files, for just keep it small. Once you understand the basics of what we do in this video, everything should be okay. And then within car we got a model element, and that has just some information, and a speed element as well. So let's get started with this. And okay, so the it happens sometimes for me. I need to reopen the file. That happens, just reopen it. Okay, so here we go. And so now we're going to first of all import the xml.sax module. What you might come across online is, if you've looked at other guides or tutorials, is people using basically external modules, not like something that's built into Python. And yet there are other great code files that you can get to help you parse files, and some are really amazing, but you can do quite a lot with the built-in stuff as well. Okay, so we're basically going to create a class that will handle all of the XML loading. So we're going to call it XML handler, so it's appropriately named. In here we're going to have xml.sax.content handler. And now we're going to define a method, and this is going to be the init method. Again, if you don't quite understand what we're doing with the class and like this method, we've already covered it within the classes section of this series, so feel free to go back and check that out. So self, again with the self keyword as well, we've already explained that. So first of all, we're going to self.current data. And this will allow us just to store the current data that we're processing when passing through the file, and that will then be assigned to one of these variables. So we've got self.speed, self.model, self.speed. Obviously, if you have more attributes, more tags, you can easily just extend this as you need to. So now we're going to do def start element. So this is when the element first begins. Self tag attributes, and we're going to self.current data, and the data is going to equal tag, and if the tag is equal to car, then we're going to process accordingly, which is basically these here. Obviously, again, if you have different types, different names, you can easily modify this code accordingly. So what we're going to do is just print out. We are going to print just this out, car, just so we know we've got like a new element. Now we're going to create a variable called name and assign it to attributes name. So we're going to get the name from here. Need a quotation mark to end it. Now we're going to do print name and we are going to print that out. So, okay, so that's the start element method done. Crazy indentation. And now we're going to do end element now. End element, self tag. And now what we're going to do is if self dot current data equals model. So this is going to allow us to actually go through the tags within each of the, basically each sub tag. So if it equals model, then we're going to do something accordingly. We're just going to print something out saying, this is the model, but you can obviously change this up and add more functionality, call methods, that sort of stuff. So we're going to say model, self.model. Now we're going to basically do is else if. So if it's equals current data equals speed, we are going to do print speed, and now we're going to do self.speed like so. And then finally, once we have finished with the check-in, we're just going to set the current data back to an empty string so we don't get any issues at all. So we'll do that. And now what we're going to do is create another method. I'm going to add a bunch of empty lines. So we're going to do def, going to be called characters. So when a character is actually detected in your file, this will be called. And now we're going to do if self.current data equals model. I'm missing a colon here. Self.model equals the content. So we're just getting in and applying it to this now. That should equal that as well. Missed that out. It's good that I scrolled up then just to show you. So now elif self.current. Yeah, that's right. I was looking at this and this, I was sort of getting confused. I was like, elif self, I've spelled something wrong. No, it's okay. It looks okay to me. Equals speed print speed. No, sorry, we did that at the top. It was self.speed equals content, not minus content, equals content. That's it for the methods now. So what we're going to do is we're going to do if underscore name equals underscore main underscore. So this is just going to basically allow us to check for the file. And we're going to do parser. We're going to load the file and parser dot equals xml dot sax underscore dot make underscore parser. All good stuff. Now we are going to set the feature. So feature xml.sax.handler.feature underscore namespaces, comma 0. And now we are going to do handler equals XML handler. So now that we've actually created an object of it, now we are going to do parser dot set content handler, and I'm going to set it to this. So these are just some default stuff that you'll need to have in there. And now finally we are going to load the file to parse. So parser.parse, and I specify the location. So XML. For me, the location is in the same directory as this Python file. If it isn't, then make sure you adjust the directory accordingly. Save that, and now let's run. So hopefully you should parse the file and print everything out, and that's it. So all of that code for this. Obviously, if we were to extend this, I'll show you that right now. So if I were to copy that and change this to for home, so that's my name, model is the same, which is my surname, and the speed I will put at my current age is 26. So you can see that doesn't exist here, but if I were to run it, it gets that as well. So it is that simple to parse files, and you can extend this class as you need to and provide the appropriate functionality depending on your application's needs. So that's it. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome Python video. Hello, in this video we are going to start the GUI part of this series and look at Tkinter. So Tkinter is basically a built-in module within Python that allows us to use GUI elements and actually, create a window, because at the moment it's all being in the command line, and that's very cool and it looks all hacky and that, and it's awesome. But we want to create a window, like this is a window, this is a window. We want that sort of stuff. So this is just going to be an introduction, simply going to create a window. Over the next 3 videos, we'll actually look at all the different widgets that you can apply. So you just do import Tkinter. If you're using Python 2, it's capital T, but a lot of stuff in Python 3 is lowercase now for the modules. So we're going to do top equals Tkinter. So this is going to be the window, Tkinter. And you know what? I'll call this window equals Tkinter.tk, and now I'm going to do window.main loop. So just creating an instance of it after importing the module. This is just going to basically run it, and in between here is where we would put the code and all the widgets and position them. So if I save that and I'll run it, okay, so we're getting an error. Have a look what the error is. Oh, it's a lowercase L. There we go, and now we have our window. In subsequent tutorials, we will extend this window so you can have different sizes and all that stuff. Don't worry about that. So that's it for the introduction into the GUI part of this series. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to show you how to basically put a button into our window. Because if we're running right now, it's just a simple window. We want to spice it up a bit, and what we're going to do is use the MessageBox module that is part of the Tkinter library, and we're going to actually pop up a message box when we click the button. So we're going to do from Tkinter. We're going to import, yes I know I spelled from wrong, and I'll put that right now. So from that, and all of that's fine. We're going to define a method. I'm going to call it pop-up function. Takes no parameters. If you wanted to, that's fine. You can extend it accordingly. Call this message, and this is going to equal a message box dot show info. And in here, so the title of the message box will be pop up title, and then the message in the message box I'm just going to say as message. As an extra task, once we're done with this, I want you to extend this even more, maybe even get user input, put it in from the console, or wait till the tutorials where we have some sort of more of a user input widget, and do something. Maybe have multiple buttons. If you press one, it provides one message into the pop-up function, but only have the one function, and you can have parameters in here. So really exciting stuff. Now we're going to create the button widget equal to Tkinter dot button window, and now the text is going to equal click me. So text that's displayed in the button is going to be click me, and entice the user. Command is basically what is called when the button is clicked. And now is the button widget dot place x equals 25 and y equals 100. So this is just the coordinates that I'm placing it. The coordinates start on the top left, so positive in the x axis goes to the right, negative goes left, positive in the y-axis goes down, negative in the y-axis goes up. So pretty simple stuff, and now we should be ready to run. No errors, click me, and that pops up, and that's it. Simple as that. So that's it for this video. Like I said, extend it, have more buttons, maybe have one button that actually doesn't pop anything up, but if you press it, it adds some number to an existing variable, and when you click the pop-up button, the variable is displayed in there. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at the canvas widget within the GUI module, and it's pretty cool. It allows you to basically draw to the window, lines, arcs, that sort of stuff. Obviously feel free to have a look at what else you can draw as well. We're going to draw a arc and a line. Okay, so we need to first create a canvas widget, and this is basically where we're going to be drawing, and this is going to be equal to tkinter.canvas. And we first specify the window name, then we specify the background color, and I'm going to specify that as red, my favorite color. Then we specify a height as well, 512, and a width of, I'm going to just do 512 as well. So 512 width and height. Now what we're going to do is create a coordinate variable which we will use for the arc. So 10, 50, 512 and 512. So the 10 and 50 is just basically the displacement in terms of the starting position from the top left, and the 512 is just referring to basically the diameter, the size of it. So what we're going to do is look at, create a arc object equal to canvas widget dot create underscore arc coordinate start equals 0, extent 270. I'll explain what all this is in a second. Fill equals white. You probably know what the fill part does. Okay, so we're creating an arc object, and coordinates is we're just providing this for it. Okay, starting, where we want to start in terms of degrees, starting at 0. Extent is how many degrees, so 270 will be 3/4 because there's 360 degrees in the circle. Quarter of that is 90, 3/4 is 270. Fill is just the color we want to fill in. And what we're going to do now is we'll do canvas widget.pack, and this will basically draw everything. So if we run this, see what we get. So as you can see, we have our sort of almost like a Pac-Man, really. I'll just tilt my head to the right. It looks like Pac-Man. So actually, as an extra task, I wasn't thinking about this, but as an extra task, try adding a circle, like a black circle, for Pac-Man's eye, round about here. That would be really cool. And maybe even some circle yellow dots as well, so it looks like Pac-Man's eating it. So what we're going to do now is draw a straight line there, just to show you the line object part. So line object equals canvas widget dot create underscore line 75 10 20 150, and now we're going to do fill equals black. I'll go over this if you're unsure what we're doing. So line object 75 10 is just the starting point, so 75 in the x-axis, 10 in the y-axis. This is the end point. 20 in the x-axis, 150 in the y-axis. Fill is the color of it. So if we run it, see what we get. There you go. We have our line. Simple as that. So that's the canvas widget done. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome tutorial. Hello, in this Python programming video we are going to look at implementing a checkbox. At least that's what it's called in a lot of other sort of GUI interfaces. It's called a check button in here because I guess that makes sense as well. It's something that you can check on and off, and it is the form of a button. Okay, so to do that, what we've already got is just the basic template of it's happened again. I just need to close this and reopen the file. Sometimes that happens in my IDE. Reopen that. Okay, that's all good. So you just got the basic template for GUI stuff, and in here we just need to do CV equals int var. So this is just an integer variable. Let's make sure you got from Tkinter import everything. We'll need that for the int var. Now we're going to do CB equals check button. So this is the actual button itself. Check button, and this needs a few parameters. One will be window, so this is where it's going to draw it to. One's going to be text, which is basically the text that will be displayed by the check button. So I'm just going to, just put text here. Then I'm going to put variable, and you need to assign this to the integer variable that we created, and on value equals 1. So that just allows us to modify what the values mean if it's on or off. Off value is 0. That's pretty default, but you could change it to, I don't know, 520 if you want to. It's totally up to you. Height equals, let's say, 40, and the width equals 10. Let's say 40 as well. So 30, I'll actually put 30. Finally, we just need to do cb.pack. So this actually wraps it up, and if we run it, check button is not defined. Okay, my mistake. It's up lowercase b, and there we go. We have our little thing right here. We've got the text, the button right there, which is very wide, hence why the text is like that. But apart from that, that is it. There's nothing more to it than that. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at the entry widget. So the entry widget is something that allows us to, basically enter text. So what we're going to do is just put entr for entry equals entry window. So this is where we're drawing it to. Comma bd equals 3. So this is like the background depth. I'll cover that in a second once I run it. It'll be easier just to show you once I modify the values. So dot pack, and then you can put a side as well. So for the side I'll put right. And now if we run it, there you go, we have our text input. So if you notice, let me just run it again. So I'll select it. Notice there's sort of like an indentation around it. It's like it's going inwards. That's what the BD is. The higher the BD value, the more it looks like it's going in. So let's say we put a value of 1, and we show that. As you can see, it just looks more like a normal text box. If we put a value of 10, that's gone in quite a bit. So you probably wouldn't want it like that. So like 3, 5, 6, around about that range is pretty decent. But again, it depends on what exactly you want. So obviously this doesn't have a label next to it telling the user what information meant to put in there, like password, username, email address, something like that. We're going to cover label in a separate video as an extra task. Once you've done that as well, combine them together. Have the label next to it, have the entry, and you'll be a lot more contextual, and you'll know what you need to put in there. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this programming video we are going to look at the frame widget, which essentially allows us to group other widgets together, and if we were to do something to that, it would modify obviously everything else accordingly. So this is a great way of grouping like comment stuff together. So you can almost think of it like a window within a window, because instead of drawing to the window, we'll draw to the frame, the different widgets will, and just that frame widget will be drawn to the window. So first of all, to create the frame, let's do something like frame equals frame, and specify the window, frame.pack. So this will seem very familiar in terms of the format. Okay, so that's going to be drawn to the window. And now to actually add something, so let's say if we add a button, so btn equals button. Again, you can add any sort of widget to this. So text I'm going to put as hello. So you draw it to the frame and not the window. and I need to put this bracket in the correct place. And now you can just do like btn.pack like so. And we put a side as well, put a side as left. Please feel free to modify these values to learn more about it. And let's add, check button as well, what we've covered in a previous video. So this equals interval. Again, I'm not really covering what each one of these do here because we've already covered them. It's more about the frame. And cd equals check button frame text equals text. Again, you put whatever you want. Variable equals CV. On value equals 1. Off value equals 0. Again, all of this doesn't matter really, because again we're just demonstrating how to group them. So height of, let's say 6, and the width of, let's say 18. And finally, just do cd.pack, so this packs it up and provides it to the parent thing that we're drawing to, which in this case is the frame, and that's being drawn to the window. So now let's run it. I'll get an error. So a bracket, I don't have the bracket. I'm gonna run it. That's weird. Some don't have that window code, which is from the setup video. Oh, I'll put it back. Once it's deleted it. Okay, equals tkinter.tk. Now let's run it, see what we get. Yeah, that's working. Everything's all grouped together. It's all on the same line. So we've got the hello button and the checkbox. So that's it. Obviously, you can add more than 2. I've just done it to simplify. Add as many as you want. Feel free to experiment. And as you learn more about the GUI widgets, go back to stuff like this and incorporate them within the frame. Experiment. Check it out. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python video we are going to look at implementing a label widget. So to do it, it's really simple. You just need 2 things. One is a string that you'll be putting in the label, and the other thing is, well, just the label widget. So first of all, get the string variable. So string var equals string var. Obviously it's case sensitive, that's the reason I can name it string var, and the actual object is called string var. And LBL will be our label. We'll do label. Window is what we're drawing to. Next, we specify the actual text variable equals string var. And now we need to do string var dot set. So we set the string here. So this allows us to modify it wherever, and it'll just update it. Pretty cool. Label text lbl.pack. So let's wrap it all up and run it, and there we go. We got a label. I know it looks very simple, but obviously once you start combining these UI elements and creating some amazing interfaces with everything that you've learned. That's it. Thanks for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and as usual, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python video we are going to look at adding the Listbox widget. So this is essentially just a list of items, nothing more to it than that. It's really simple. So all we need to do is create a Listbox, which I will name lbox. This equals Listbox. You specify the window you're drawing to. Now lbox.insert, you just insert the item. So the index that you want to insert here, so I'm going to just do linear order 1 to however many I do, and then you put what you want the list item to say. So let me say item 1 again. I'm just keeping it simple, and I'll do 5 list items, and now this will be 2, 3, 4, and 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And finally, we just need to do lbox.pack. Now run it. And that's it. We have our list items. Honestly, there's nothing more to it than that. As with all of the GUI videos, there will be a link so you can see, a multitude of functions that you can use to manipulate the different widgets, because you'll have different methods for, you obviously got the insertion method here. There's an index method. There's a method for accessing values, for doing this, for doing that. And that's the same with all of the widgets. So obviously, each tutorial we just show you the basics of it, and you can use the links to help you further. But if you have any questions, as always, feel free to reach out and I will assist you. And I look forward to seeing you in the next programming tutorial. Hello, in this programming video we are going to look at the Menubutton widget. So the Menubutton widget is sort of just like a drop down, and you have buttons in there. Nothing more to it than that. And they're like a checkbox button style, so you can just select them as you want. So to do it, we just put button. So that's what I'm calling it. And we can create a Menubutton item. We need to specify the window that we're drawing to. Text is going to be what it's going to say. And I'm going to say click me. Now button.grid. So this just specifies that we need a grid, and this is where we're going to put all our list items. Now we need to do mbutton.menu equals menu and button. So we're just specifying that we actually want a menu style system. Now we just do mbutton menu equals mbutton.menu. So these couple of lines just allow us to actually create a menu, but now we need to add items to it. To add items is simple. We do mbutton.menu.add underscore check button, and this is going to be essentially what it's going to say. I'm going to say item 1, and what I'll do is I'll duplicate this a few times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Finally, I think you can guess the last line of code is mbutton.pack. And now we can run the code and see what we get. Okay, so we get an error. So why are we getting an error? Must be string, not int. Okay, so something seems to be wrong. So let me just go through it again and have a look at where I've made the mistake. So we've got mbutton equals Menubutton window, because it's saying mbutton, right there, put a comma instead of a full stop. Okay, that should fix it. Okay, there we go. If I click this, we got a drop down, and we can select them like so. So honestly, that's it for the Menubutton. Nothing more to it than that. There are other functions, as with all the widgets, that you can use to enhance your application. I'll provide a link, as I have with all of the widget videos, that you can access and see all of these different functions. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out and I will help you. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this Python programming video we are going to look at modifying the menu. So every single little application has this little menu here. On Mac it's sort of in this top bar. On Windows I'll show you. So if I type in Windows application, this should help us get an image up. So like on this image right here, we've got the menu items. So you've got like file, options, view, process. Like file is usually always there, and you might have like an edit depending on what sort of application it is, but these are sort of common sort of menu drop downs, and we're essentially going to be modifying that, because if we were to run our application currently, this is what comes up. So these are just the default ones that is put in there. We're going to override it, so only have what we want. And I'm going to show you how to attach it to functions as well. That's going to sort of be an extra task for you, but it's going to be really, really cool stuff. So first of all, you need to create a menu bar. So menu bar equals menu window, go spell menu right, window, so that's what we're drawing it to. Now we need to create the menus themselves. So you know each one of these, that's a menu, that's a menu, that's another menu, that's another one, that's another one, that's another one. So you get the picture. I'm going to do 2 of them, you know, just to save time. But you know, once you know the basics in this video, you'll be able to go. Menu 1. Why is it not typing again? It happens sometimes. It's just my IDE, the Python one that I'm using. If you're using an external one, you should not have an issue at all. Okay, so what we're going to do is menu 1 equals menu bar, like so. Now we're going to do menu 1 dot add. This is the add command, and now this is essentially adding, you know, one of these. And we'll just call it label equals new, because that's a very common thing to have, or something along those lines. And we're not going to attach any function to it. We'll attach function to something else. We'll do menu 1 dot add underscore separator. So I want to demonstrate a separator as well. See if any of these have the yeah, see this sort of line here, that's a separator. So you don't need one, but it's, you know, it's good to know how to do it. Menu 1 dot add underscore command, and here we're going to do label equals exit command equals window dot quit. So this is just a built-in function, so it's just accessing the window quit functionality, and that's how you attach a method. That is it. You command the name and the method. So if the method was just called hello world, and you had it, let's say, defined up here, you know, like def hello world, for example, and then you had functionality there. You know, we've covered function before. That's what you would do. So the next task, I want to like add some sort of pop-up message, log something in the console, and just do some crazy wacky stuff. So now what we're going to do is menu bar dot add underscore cascade, and this is how we actually add this particular whole menu to it now. So we do add cascade. We specify the label, so this would be file edit format, like what this actually says there. And I'm just going to say section 1. Maybe menu equal menu 1, so we need to specify what we're adding it to, or what we want. I mean, which menu we were adding to the menu bar. Sorry, and now we just do that. And if we do menu 2 equals menu bar, so now there's going to be menu 2 dot add underscore command label equals, let's do undo, that's a very common one, and we'll title this one, you know, edit menu, or it'll be similar to an edit menu. We'll just call it section 2 actually. And we'll do menu 2 dot, we don't need to add a separator. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to add this directly. This is enough now. I'm going to do menu bar. I'll copy this because this will save a lot of time. And I'll call this section 2, menu 2, and finally we just need to do window.config. So it's a lot different to what we've done before. And to configuring the actual current menu bar, by default there's always 1 there. Menu bar, and run it. See what we get. Invalid syntax somewhere. Okay, forgot to close bracket. Run it again. There we go. It's been changed now. So obviously new and do nothing because we have not actually programmed any functionality with the command method. If I click exit, my thinking, it's still open. As you can see, it did close here. It's just to do with the Python IDE the way it debugs it, because if I were to run this again, and I'm going to press, if I click X, it quits it. But if I run it again, and if I were to go press Command Q on my keyboard, as you can see, it closes it, but it doesn't, exit it. So again, that's nothing to do with this. I can demonstrate it right now if I were to just go to terminal, and if I run this file, let's just change directly to desktop and do py file.py. What am I missing? No module name Tkinter. Okay, so I can't actually access the Tkinter module from here. I would have to export it manually, but trust me, it will work a-okay. That exit command will. So that's it for the menu tutorial. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. As usual, there will be a link with this video, as there are with every other widget video in this series, that basically provides all the different functions that you can use to enhance this particular widget. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out, and I look forward to seeing you in the next programming tutorial. Hello, in this programming tutorial we are going to look at the message widget. So the message widget, it's basically like the label widget, but the only difference is it allows multi-line text. That's it, nothing more to it than that. So I'm going to do string, so this will be the actual string that's displayed, string var. So if you've done the label tutorial, which I recommend doing, you'll be very similar to that. So I'm going to call this msg equals message window text variable equals string, like so. And now we just need to do string.set. So we're going to set the string to be something. I'm going to say the most epic piece of string ever, and msg.pack. Run it, hopefully no errors, and there we go. We have our multi-line message. Nothing more to it than that. Obviously, if we were to change the, let's say, the width of the item, the text might change accordingly as well in terms of the way it's displayed. That's it for a message. It's just a multi-line label. As usual, there will be a link with this video that provides all the different functionality that you can tap into for this particular widget item. Feel free to have a look at it. If you have any questions, reach out, I'll assist you, and I look forward to seeing you in the next awesome Python video. Hello, in this programming video we are going to take a look at adding a radio button to our Python application. So the first thing we want to do is do var equals int var, because on each radio button that we have, the variable that we're going to assign to it is just going to be a number. If you wanted a string var, you just change this, but we're just keeping it simple. And what we're going to do is, if you click a particular radio button, it will trigger a method that we're going to create that will override the label that we'll be creating as well, and it will say you've clicked essentially, this particular radio button. So 1, 2, 3, or 4, and do it like so. Now for the radio item, so let's do radio 1 equals radio button window text equals option 1. So radio button, the difference between that and a checkbox is only one radio button can be selected at a time. So it's like a if all sort of scenario, whereas with a checkbox you can select multiple. I'll call this option 1 and do variable equals var value equals 1, command equals select. So this command is what we're actually going to be implementing, which we haven't implemented yet, and we will be implementing it very soon. So what we're going to do now is radio 1.pack, and we're going to specify an anchor equals w. So w, it should be capitalized, W is west, so it's west or east. And the reason why anchoring is because when we click on it, a label will be overridden, text will be put inside of it, but that will actually make the window wider. And if we don't anchor the radio button, what happens is they'll just be in the center of the window. You might want that. If you do, then just get rid of that. If you don't, then anchor it. This way they're always on the left. But if you always want them, on the east, so the right hand side, put E instead. So what I'm gonna do, because I'll make this full screen for now, because I'm just gonna keep it simple and have 4 radio buttons that are basically the same, just a slight difference. I'm gonna have, it says 2, 2. Sorry, this should be 3, 3, 4, 4. This should be, so this is what's displayed next to it. So that provides the user information with what they're clicking. Value should be generally different. You could have the same, but they should be different. Now what we're going to do is label equals label window label.pack. Finally, we need to actually implement this select method. So after, we can do it before the window, because we don't need to access the window. So we do def select, and all we're going to do is create a selection, and this will just be a string called awesome option, and we'll concatenate the variable, so this right here, so var.get, and so what we're doing is when it gets clicked, it will be put into here, and from here we can access that, and we need to convert it to a string to concatenate it. Now do label.config, and in the config we are just setting the text. Save that, and now let's run it. Hopefully no errors. If I click this one, as you can see, it says also an option 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let me just demonstrate this. So if I were to put E for this one, by default it looks the same. If I click it, as you can see, this one's been anchored to the right now, aka the east. But obviously the functionality is still the same. So that's it for a radio button selection widget. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Along with this video, like every other widget tutorial, there will be a link that will provide all of the different functions and functionality that you can use to further enhance your widget. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out and I'll assist you. If not, I'll see you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the scale widget, which is basically, you can think of it like a vertical slider, and we'll just print off a value from that scale widget once we click on a button. So first of all, we are going to yeah, the click has messed up again. This just happens for me. If you've been watching this series, you'll notice that it happens with this IDE. Really should have used another IDE to be fair, but okay, here we go. So what we're going to do is var equals double var. So this is going to be the variable type that we would get from this scale widget. Now we're going to do scale. We're actually going to create our scale, and we specify the window. We specify the variable type, which is this var that we created. Now we're just going to do scale.pack like so, and let's just run it and see what we get. So we get this little scale here, which is pretty cool. At the moment we have these values, but we're going to actually retrieve it and put it into our label. First of all, we're going to create a button which will just be used to detect when the user clicked it, and then we'll put in the value of the scale into a label, which we're going to create in a matter of seconds, really. Retrieve value, and the command that's going to run is get value. You might be thinking, have we created this? Not yet, we will be very soon. The button.pack, I'll create the label first, and then I'll create that get value method. So label equals label window, and we're going to do label.pack. And now we just need to create that method. So def get value, and in here we're going to do selection, and this is going to equal value plus, we're going to convert the value to a string. So var.get, all stuff that we've done before. And finally, we're actually just going to configure the label to actually have this value. So we're going to do text equals selection. If we run it, hopefully we get no errors. No errors. If I move this up and down, click the button, it says value of 7.0. But change again, a value of 79. So there you go. That is it for the scale widget. If you have any questions or you want to know about the multitude of functions beyond what we've covered for the scale widget, feel free to check out the link that we'll attach with this video, as we have with all of the GUI widget tutorials in this series. Thanks for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python video we are going to look at the Scrollbar widget, which is essentially going to be a list of items, and we're going to have a scroll bar with it to be able to slide through the items. So it's pretty simple. So we're just going to create a scroll bar. So scroll bar equals scroll bar window. Then we'll do scroll bar.pack. And we're going to specify what side it's going to be on. We're going to put it in the right hand side. That's very common with scroll bar. You could put it somewhere else, but I prefer it on the right hand side. And this is going to equal y, so we know it's moving up and down. And now we're going to create a list, and this list will just be for demonstration purposes to be able to scroll through it using the scroll bar. So I'm going to specify the window. So draw into the y scroll command, which is just basically what makes it scroll, and we'll do scroll bar dot set. So whenever the scroll bar is used, this will set it. I just noticed I put scroll bar instead of scroll bar there. That was a little mistake on my part. Now what we're going to do is just fill up our list. So I'm going to do 4 lines in a range of 1000. So it's going to put 1000 items in there. You could have whatever sort of items you want. You could be from a database. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to keep it simple, and I'm going to add it to the end. It's going to start with row, and then it's going to have the line number, and the line plus 1, because this range is between 0 and 999. And I also want to start it at 1 and end it at 1000. Again, that's just personal preference for this video, not an actual requirement. Do my list dot pack. Now do scroll. Yeah, that's it. I'm missing a bracket there. Yes, now the enter works fine. That would have been caught up during the compilation stage anyway if I had forgot it. It's got to configure our scroll bar, so do a command equals my list dot y view, so just when we're scrolling it, so in case we scroll it ourselves. So obviously we could scroll it and that gets updated, and if we scroll it ourselves, okay, what is wrong? It doesn't seem to be. Okay, that's alright. So I think it's a problem with my mouse, and I properly and the scroll isn't working properly, but it seems okay. So that was weird why that wasn't working, but that's it for the scroll bar. Thanks for watching. If you want to know more about the functions and the different parameters that you can manipulate your scroll bar with, there'll be a link with the video so you can advance even further. If you have any questions, as usual, feel free to reach out and look at the source code provided, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the text widget. The text widget is a multi-line text widget, like multi-line widget that allows you to put text in there, like strings, and it allows you some more extra customization for colors, that sort of thing. And we're just going to do a quick example just to demonstrate this. So we're going to create this object called text, make it equal to text, specify the window, the text.insert, and we'll say insert, we'll say hello. Now we're going to do text.insert end by, and now text.pack. And now what we're going to do is text.tag. We're going to add some tags, and we're going to do here 1.0 and 1.4. So this is just the position of our tags, and you'll see very soon how this all works. And just put quotation marks here, so we are starting and ending the position of the tag for the number of characters and the line itself. And we'll add another one. I'll actually just copy this, and I'm gonna call this start. Use a 1813, and now we're gonna do text.tag. I'm gonna actually configure the tag. And first of all, we need to specify which tag we are configuring. Next, the properties of that tag that we are configuring. So background equals yellow. So I'm going to change the background to yellow for this. Then we're going to do foreground equals red. And copy and paste that again. And I think you guessed it, put start here. And we'll put for the background, we'll put black, and for the foreground, we'll put, I don't know, green. So if we run this, see what we get if I put no errors. So as you can see, it has now changed. Obviously, this is a text tool, but as you can see, if I were to put text in between it, it would style it that way, which is, you know, really awesome. So you can do some really cool things with the text element. So that's it for this video on the text widget. If you have any questions about the different parameters, the different functions that you can provide for the text widget when you're configuring it, feel free to check out the link that I've attached with this video. If you have any queries about the code, there'll be a link to the source code also attached. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the top level widget, which basically allows us to create multiple windows. You can think of them as child windows of our master window. And this is our master window right here. So we don't need this. We'll only need one main loop, and that will be with our top level widget window. So first of all, we're going to do window.title. This isn't compulsory, but this will help us distinguish the different windows. Call it master. Now we're going to create our top level window. So top level, now top.title. I will set this to child. And finally, one last line, so you can guess it. It's just the main loop. And you just do that to the top level elements. So now if we run it, so both windows are rendering. Master is selected by default. If I were to select it, as you can see, we can select it. We can manipulate these pretty much as if they were just normal windows. The only difference is, let me just launch them up again. If I close the master window down, it closes both of them down. I think you see where I'm going with this. If I close the child window down, the master window is still open. So that's it for the top level element. It's a quick video because it's a quick topic, but you can do some really amazing things. And along with this video, there's an extra link that shows you all the different features that you can apply to top level widgets. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the Spinbox widget. Spinbox widget is really simple. Basically, this input that has up and down button, and if you press the up, it increments it by 1. If you press the down button, it increments it by 1 as well, and you can have a range. So it's pretty cool, and there's only really 2 lines required. The initial setup. So box equals Spinbox. And you specify the window you draw into, you specify where your range is from. You have to put from underscore because from is another keyword, as you can see here. So you have to do from underscore equals 0. So I want to range from 0. You could go into minus if you wanted. 2 equals 5. And now you just do box.pack. Run this bad boy. I'm going to invalid syntax, forgot the equal sign, now run it again. There we go. So if we click it, it goes up. I can't go any further. And if I go down, it goes down. But I can't go any further. So that's it for the Spinbox. Very simple stuff. With this video, there will be a link to a website that shows you all the different functionality that you can manipulate in the Spinbox. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video, we are going to look at the PanedWindow. So the Paned, or Paned, I think it's Paned. PanedWindow is basically a little cool thing that allows you to split up, your actual window into different sections, and it's really great for grouping items together. Let's just get started. So if I do m1 equals PanedWindow and specify the window that you're actually drawing to, is within that m1.pack. I'm going to put fill equals both and expand equals 1. So this changes whether or not how it manipulates its size based on the window resizing. Now I'm going to create something called left equals entry m1 bd equals 5. So bear with me with all of this. When we run it, it will all make sense. m1.add left. Now we're going to create another paned window. We're going to call it m2, and we're going to do paned window m1. So we are orienting it, and the orientation is going to be vertical. So when we have the items, it will orient it accordingly. So really cool stuff. Now we're going to do m1.add m2. Now we're going to do top equals scale. So we're going to add a scale to it. Obviously, you can add whatever you want. That doesn't actually matter. We're drawing to m2. Orient is going to be horizontal. Now we'll do m2.add top, and we're just going to create a button, not bottom, button. I'm going to call it btn equals button, m2 text equals okay, m2.add btn. Now if we run it, we'll see what we get. So we get this now, and we have our scale. We got our button, which does nothing because we haven't attached a command to it, and we have our entry as well. So that's it. We've got a lot of way, and it's essentially paned windows, which is great for grouping items together. So that's it for this video. If you want to know more about paned windows and all of the advanced functionality, the link in the link attached with this video, feel free to check that out. And as usual, thank you for watching. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I'll look forward to seeing you in the next awesome video. Hello, in this video we are going to look at the label frame, which allows you to, it's like a more advanced version of a label basically, and we're going to use a label as well and add it to it. So we're going to say label frame equals label frame window. So this is what we're drawing to. Text equals this is awesome. I'm going to do label frame dot pack fill equals the fill is going to be both. We're going to set the expand to equal yes. Now we're going to do left equals label frame, and now the text. Got the bracket there, hence why the indentation was messed up. So text equals inside the label frame. Now left dot pack, and now let's run it and see what we get. So now we got this label right here, and we put the inside label frame within it, so we're drawing to the label frame. This is awesome. You can think of it just like the title. As you can see, it's got like sort of a border around it all the way around. So that is the label frame, and we have added a label to it. We could add more stuff to it as well. As the next task, I recommend doing that, adding more labels to it, etc. If you have any questions about label frames, feel free to check out the link that's attached to this video. And as usual, thank you for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video. Hello, in this Python programming video we are going to look at the message box, which is just a cool way of providing some information. You're going to have a button. When clicked, it will display the message box. First of all, you need to include the module. So from Tkinter import message box, like so. Now what we're going to do is put define func, so def func, and in here we are going to actually launch the message box. So you do message box.show info, and you specify a title. So I'm just going to put title so you can see where that goes. Message, where is the main message. And now we're going to have a button to actually activate this function, which we'll call this message box. So window text is going to be something really innovative, and it's going to say click me now. I'll leave it like that, it doesn't matter. And command equals func. So we are calling this function, or stuff we've done before, so nothing new here in terms of the function. I mean the function on the button. So btn.place, so where we're actually putting it, we're going to put x equals 0, y equals 0, run it and see what we get. So we get this button. If I click it, it launches this message box with the title here from there and the message from here, and that's it for message boxes. If you want to know more information about all of the different functionality that you can manipulate of a message box, feel free to check out the link that is with this video. But if you have any questions, feel free to reach out, and I look forward to seeing you in the next video.